as far as proceeding with them, whether or not we want to work with those that have been submitted, whether or not we want to start from scratch, and then to proceed on a timeline as to whether or not we want to tackle both of these at the same time, or whether we want to do them in sequence. We do have a project coming up for the next planning board meeting that'll take up some time, and we would like to kind of both do it expeditiously, but also in accordance with how we normally review our ordinances. Okay, thank you. Hopefully I didn't put anybody to sleep. That's the intro. So, to open with, I guess my first question would be to the board, would be, do you want to proceed concurrently with these as we go through with public hearings, or do you think it would be better to do them sequentially, take one, and then, because we normally have some outside work that needs to get done, kind of delays us along the way, we can kind of stagger them and work them both at the same time, but work them like at every other meeting. And, do you want to, I don't think we need an answer now, we could do that by the end of the meeting as we start discussing what we're going to do, but I think you keep in the back of your mind how we want to kind of move forward with them.
What are we looking at as a completion with our work on these for next year's?
Yeah, we would certainly, yes, definitely for next year.
Okay.
I would hope that we kind of can beat that timeline a little bit.
Yeah.
And then the selectmen can have the opportunity to decide what they want to do with it.
Okay.
I think just both sides would like to move and get resolution.
Okay.
So, what do you think there, Jason? No, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to work with the proposed ordinance? Yeah, first question. Do you want to work with those ordinances that were proposed? Do you want to start basically from scratch and give Brett some guidance as to start our ordinance? Which I think we could do on both of those tonight if you wanted to go that way. Any thoughts?
Someone just jump in, I guess.
Jump in, please. I'm fumbling
I'm just
through
going to
that.
pick one of them because I read both of them.
Yep.
There's one to me that needs to be, in my opinion, scrapped and rewritten and referred to less of the license and more of a
Which,
it is the
short-term
short-term rental.
okay.
Yep. So in my opinion, I believe it's Casco's registration. It's referred to as registration, not a license.
Mm-hmm.
And I have many notes on this. I think it's just overreaching, and I don't think this applies to our type of community.
The proposed.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'd like to start from scratch.
On that one.
Yes.
And-
This is, yep, it's very complicated. It's multiple pages, and so that's just my statement.
Yeah, I think
Yep.
some of it is not enforceable either.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what my notes were. You can't regulate most of it, and it's not enforceable, and who's going to enforce it? Right. So, yeah, I think we can take a better shot.
Shot that, okay.
There's no reason we couldn't take things out of it that we find appropriate.
There would probably
Oh,
be a half
yeah.
a page left. Yeah.
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 Yep.
Yeah.
We could, sure. I would welcome that, yeah, but it's a bit much.
All right. Anybody other comments on?
Yeah, I agree. I feel like it's overly restrictive, and it's the purpose is, in my opinion, to maybe have a registry or a list or just basic knowledge and general knowledge of what's out there. I'm not even opposed to necessarily limiting the number or percentage or the number that's in the shoreline zone if it's having effects there, especially if there's deeded common access to the water. But it's, the fees, the definition of what's allowed, of what's prohibited, seems overly restrictive and overreaching in my opinion. Something that's more basic and simple that would capture what's out there, seems more realistic,
Mhm.
in my opinion.
Steve, you got any thoughts, or Ed?
So this document that we have, with the red markups,
Yes,
is that the existing ordinance, or is this a proposed?
that is the proposed ordinance that went to the selectmen, that was then passed to us.
Who proposed it? Where'd it come from?
It came from a group of citizens that wanted control over short-term rentals.
I see, okay.
It would, if you haven't watched the selectmen meeting, it was April, Jason,
Um,
got you sleeping.
yeah, 12th was it?
It was early
It was earlier.
April.
7th?
Hey, Mike, do you know when that meeting was? The 10th? Thank you. I would watch the video of the April 10th selectmen meeting. It's about a half hour.
Yeah, all right.
Who haven't we heard from? Kevin? What are your thoughts up there on the big board?
I'm trying to find the one that's got the markups. All I see is the first and second version.
Yeah, the second version is the one.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I got it, yeah, it's down further, got it.
Yep.
It's gonna be tough, that's all I gotta say. I don't know how you're gonna do any enforcement with this thing.
So you're on the page to start a rewrite with a,
I think so.
okay, yeah, all right. I think that's probably the consensus. All right, well, while we're on it, why don't we continue working on it, then? Everybody okay with kind of just working a little bit through it and tasking Brent with kind of starting a write-up? Okay. Who wants to go? Do you want to go right through it and pick out what we're certainly going to keep? Or do you want to not even do that? Or do you want to start with the towns, other towns, Casco, and
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
I would start with Casco,
then we'll pull this?
absolutely.
Okay.
Registration application that goes with this ordinance. It covers a lot. It's brief. That's just where I'd like to start.
Okay,
Definitely. And we can, obviously, if we agree on some of these items, the proposed ordinance, we could move that over, but I think as far as a baseline goes, I think it's a good place to start.
okay. Falmouth looked pretty good, too.
Yeah, oh, sure.
All right. I think, everything kind of sums up under, where was this? That under the be a good, I think this is Casco's, be a good neighbor. Yeah.
Full disclosure, reason why I picked Casco's is because I really like the registration application. It's, if you review that, it covers a lot of the information that's gonna be required to approve somebody to have short-term rental. It checks all the boxes, are you code compliant? And then I think the proposed ordinance talks about a one-time inspection, make sure the property is up to code. I think that we can adopt that. But I really like the way that the ordinance works with the registration. They call it a registration, not a license.
That's
There's just a lot of, mixed direction in this. It says that it's called a license, but then the license is assigned to the home, not the owner. But I've never heard of a home having a license. So, to me, the home is registered. It's
Right.
registered as
a
use.
unit.
Yep.
Brett, you getting this, or do you want?
I'm writing it down.
Okay,
Take
all
it.
right. So I don't need to do it then? All right, so, but from the comments, I guess, to the board, is we all agree that there should be some registration process. Is that a yes?
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I like Casco's.
And there should be some form of inspection processed by both code and fire?
I think so. It's, in the proposed one, it says a one-time, or if it's transferred.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anything wrong with that at all. It's
Okay. What about occupancy? As far as numbers go?
of people.
Yeah.
Should be like by a per bedroom scenario or square footage of the house. I mean, this just say 4 guests per dwelling, a little vague, or X amount of family members.
So so code makes that determination when they go inspect for bedrooms?
It's based on septic.
But that's the other
Which is
problem.
what it probably should be based on,
Right.
because that's looking at biggest chance for a issue with sewage is gonna be too many people in the house.
So septic works by bedroom, right?
Per bedroom, yes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, the
two
proposed one that we
people per
have per
bedroom.
2 people per
Two
bedroom.
people per bed. And then, well, Casco's gives you like 2 bonus people. So say you had, a bunkhouse or something, maybe, so. And a bunkhouse is kind of treated differently than a regular bedroom as far as gallons per day per bed. So, I don't want to say, you want to load up with the people in there, but, a little leeway, the 2 extra people, I think that's reasonable without going overboard.
Yeah, more than likely, if you're gonna have 3 or 4 people in one bedroom, it's gonna be little kids. I mean, I grew up with,
Exactly.
2 brothers in the same bedroom.
Right.
We didn't use a lot of septic.
So, I mean, one thing to think about, septics within 250 feet of the water have a higher gallons per day than ones that aren't. They're only 90 outside and 120 in. I don't know if that wants to weigh into the calculation at all, because, it probably shouldn't,
Mm-hmm.
really think about it, because each one's based on still on bedrooms.
Yeah.
So, but that can be something that we look at.
But it's not going to have any impact on the number of,
No, it's the same.
Yes, right,
It
that
goes on
you-
bedrooms.
goes on bedrooms.
Yeah, so.
So you could have 30 people there during the day,
Right.
right?
And I guess my question is too, we're gonna limit the amount of people, and like if you have a bonus room that's full of beds where a group of families get together and all the kids sleep up there, how do we classify
Yeah,
that?
and we're not gonna, knock on doors and be like, head count. So, voluntary compliance is obviously the best case scenario. But that's why I think having the 2 extra, 2 per bedroom with 2 extra, I think that's reasonable, just from a code standpoint.
Okay. What about the pump outs of the septic? Is that be in there?
I thought about
Shoreline
that.
zone is required every
5, I think.
5 years.
is it?
Yeah. So proof
Yeah,
in that registration process?
I guess that
That makes sense?
I like that.
I'd like
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
I mean, it's good practice anyways.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Would that be part of the review process, the application that would?
They'd probably have to, provide like a receipt or.
Well, that would be the town's responsibility to, correct, to make sure that the tank was pumped,
Every 5 years.
yeah.
I guess that would come down to, are they gonna have to re-register every year? Or is this gonna be a one-time registration?
Oh,
Right.
good thought.
Good question.
I feel like a one-time registration would be more than satisfactory, to go back every year just to have your VRBO if you're only.
Or maybe every 5 years to line up with pumping.
Yeah, that'd
Yeah,
be
you-
a 5-year renewal.
Or else you could have a real small form, reduced form for yearly renewal. It wouldn't have to go into as much.
Yeah, just some type of proof, if you got your receipt from the pumping station, you're
Yeah.
just proving that you got it pumped.
Yeah.
Every 5 years.
Or I think you're saying like a registration form, basically, like $50 or something every year. Every 5 years, you gotta do the big one and then a reduced one or something like that. Is that what you're kind of?
Yeah.
Is that pumping, is that a requirement, an ordinance requirement?
For shoreline.
In
zone,
shoreline?
every
Yeah,
5
it
years.
is.
Okay. It doesn't require an inspection, it's just a pump.
No, but, I mean, with some of these older camps, you know, some of the septic systems are 40 years old.
Yeah.
So if somebody registers one, I don't know if we want to put like, you know, if your septic system is more than so many years old, you need a site evaluator or someone to scope it and make sure it's functioning properly. Because there is a little bit of a, you know, you pump the tank, great, but we don't know if the fields, it might not be showing that it's not functioning properly, but we don't know what's going on under the ground. So if it's over a certain age, maybe you need an inspection. I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing that out there.
No, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Or maybe an inspection upon registration, like first time
If it's over a certain
registration.
amount of age and when you register.
I mean, systems can fail within the first
Sure,
few
yeah,
years.
right, yeah,
It's
so-
there's no guarantee necessarily that because it's newer, it's
Yep.
functioning properly.
Yep, sure.
So maybe for the initial registration, provide us.
There's a state form called
Provide
a
a
HHE
inspection.
400, I think is what it is, that, you know, is a state registered or official sort of inspection process. I don't know, maybe just getting those on file for the first,
Yeah.
for consistency and.
And a lot of the homes, what, from 2000 plus, you're gonna have all that information anyway on file through the town, right? Their septic systems, if it was a new build.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen septic system applications from the 70s
Yep.
that are still functioning.
Yeah, oh yeah, it happens.
Not every file is perfect, but every file should have a septic design in it.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, a comment from the fire.
Yeah, go ahead, Wayne.
So, you know, I know you're focusing on Casco's. I think it's their application that I'm looking at. And they do talk about smoke alarms, carbon monoxide detectors. A couple of things that we would be concerned of is to make sure emergency egress windows are in any sleeping areas and any living areas. And in some of the older homes that might not be, they might not meet the standard for an escape window. So that's kind of an important piece for people getting out of the building. And then making sure that exit pathways are clear. In addition to what Casco has, I think would be a good place for fire and life safety.
Exit pathways inside the house, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to end up, you know, that Halloween fire that happened in Portland. You wouldn't want to end up with that kind of a scenario in a short-term rental. That would be horrific. So that's why I bring that up. That was one of the issues with that fire is the exit pathways were blocked and had objects in the stairwells. So.
Okay.
Can we cover that with the unit that is gonna be a short-term rental just must meet all current code? I mean,
All current.
just.
I don't know if we can get them to current code. There's too many older houses.
So if
We'd
we
have
can't
to-
do that, then we can't do that.
Right.
That's right.
We try, I mean, the egress point I get, but then at that point, we're doing a whole building
The
inspection
whole
on the
building,
house.
yeah, so
Right,
we
and
can't.
we're asking older houses to kind of, that were code compliant at the time, to
Right.
bring them up to standard.
Right.
Which, you know, obviously there's value in that.
As a homeowner, I understand you're not gonna make those changes, but if you're gonna
If you're
use it
looking to
for-
rent it out,
then
then
you
you're
would
gonna
have
have to
to,
go.
you would have to comply with current code. I think that's across the board. And
Yeah.
to Wayne's point, I mean, if you have egress windows and
Yep.
they're too small, you have to change them out. Well, then let's
Yeah.
not, you know, the stairs aren't to code, they're too steep, and it's not your home, and you're not used to it, and it's dangerous, so.
I guess we'd
across
have
the
to
board.
look at, you know, which codes, you know, like insulation codes, are we gonna make them bring insulation up too, or is it just gonna, when you say bring it up to current codes, it's gonna be difficult to parse that because
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah, I don't think we could just put a blanket, bring everything up to code. We'd probably got to name specific ones,
Right.
like you said,
if we just,
egress.
if we just say egress windows, I think that
Yeah.
is more attainable to give people a chance without having to retrofit their whole house.
Yeah, I
Bring
mean,
it to-
a lot of like vacation homes don't have the correct number of outlets, receptacles, so we don't want to get into having.
Tamper-proof outlets.
Well,
I mean,
It would be pages long.
Yeah.
it's,
That's the eye.
Yeah.
We'll stick with the egress only.
The egress windows only?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. What other stuff do we want to work in? We go through some stuff there. I think, trash collection is interesting, that what, the rentals normally change over on the weekends, right?
Oh, that's a good point, yeah.
Trash isn't picked up on the weekends.
I mean, it's probably gonna come to the homeowner or the property owner. I think they're gonna have to be responsible.
Yeah.
For removing the trash.
Yeah, unless they tell their tenant, renter,
Put out the
trash is on Wednesday, but make sure it gets out.
yeah, well, they put it out Sunday, they want to see it sitting there all week, and
Right,
the
right.
neighbors aren't going to want to look at it, or animals might get to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll have to fall on the owner, I think, to deal with trash in a,
Yep.
safe and healthy way.
And I think that kind of almost would cover itself. Because if somebody take a trash, neighbors start complaining, I think there's already kind of,
Would a small dumpster be an option?
some properties are so small,
Yeah,
you
some
couldn't even
places.
fit a dumpster.
Or if they're already in an HOA, you can't just have the dumpster sitting anywhere, so
Yeah.
it might
Right.
make it a
Yeah.
little difficult.
I mean, you could, I guess, make a provision that, you need to provide somewhere where the trash can be stored that's, out of sight and not, just sitting on the road.
Yeah, garage or a little shed.
Just kind of
Mhm.
thing. It has to be out of sight.
That's-
You
Yeah.
figure it out.
Yeah, and in a
Yeah, as long as
container.
it complies with
Right.
the ordinance that we have. I mean, can't put the trash out a week before, or,
Yeah.
3 days
Right.
before the trash trucks are coming.
Yeah, I think a lot of this falls on the owner. I think it just overreaches where it seems like this proposed ordinance, it's almost like it's governing like a zoo. It's like these people are gonna be wild, and they're just people that, I went away, I wasn't here last month because I went to the Masters with a couple buddies.
Mm-hmm.
via VRBO, a house right in Augusta. It was fantastic. Used the home, cleaned dishes, left. It's perfect. We weren't wild. We're 50-year-old men. We're not gonna, So I just think that a lot of this can be not regulated as much, and it's up to the owner. That's the owner's home. They're gonna take pride in it. They're gonna make sure trash is not on the front yard. So I just felt like it was overregulated, and the least amount of regulation, better.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're worried about, like, the trash. It's still a little too much to be documented.
Okay.
It's just my opinion, but.
What about, when the owner is a corporation?
I think that's a different conversation altogether. In
Yeah.
here, it talks about two units, adjacent
Yeah.
to one another,
Right.
can't have that. If it's a corporation, then you're getting larger, but if it's two individual, single-family homes that are renting, and this neighbor rents and this one can't because the neighbor is, and then you get into it.
No,
So
I'm
it's just,
wondering,
so it's two different situations, I feel.
if you
You're
have
talking about who owns it, right?
yeah,
Like if
Who owns
it's
it?
an individual, like their primary residence, they're renting it out
Right.
just over summer to
Right.
pay taxes, where someone is buying it for an investment property. So that's what I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
it does, the bottom, it does,
Right.
they do kind of reference that,
Mhm.
not directly that way, but yeah. Non-primary, unhosted, and primary, hosted, unhosted.
right.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to how, do we want to treat them differently?
Right, that's my question.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, I think at that point, maybe they should be just required to have some type of caretaking service and proof of it so that they know if someone, if they're from out of state, we know that the house is getting taken care of, whether it be the trash or whatever.
And be someone to call if there's a problem.
Correct. A point of contact here.
Here,
Yeah.
okay?
If they're a corporation and they're out of state, likely they have a property management company here that's dealing with the turnover and property maintenance and everything, so collecting that full set of information on contacts, I think would be good.
Who's going to keep those records? Will the town keep those records?
Yeah, I imagine,
Will it be on the application?
I mean, we could definitely keep it in the property file. I mean, that would be for what we have existing, you know, the registration would be in the property file. Whether we kind of create a different system to hold that, you know, like, I guess it could be as simple as a file cabinet.
Yeah.
And keep track of it that way.
Because, you know, to your point, Jack, I was just wondering that if if I see something that I am not comfortable with, or something I know that is wrong, it's an out of town, there may be a point of contact, but how do I know who that point of contact is?
Sound check 1 2 1 2. Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to open the workshop that we scheduled for 5:30 to 6:30. It's actually going to be 5:30 to 6 due to scheduling for the agenda that we have. And because of the timetable, what I thought we could focus, if it's all right with the select board members, is just to focus on filling the slot per the policy and bylaws of the select board. And it's a little different than what we talked about. First of all, we acknowledge your stepping down from the budget committee because Chris was elected to the select board. And on a side note, to what I can find looking at annual reports, talking to the past town managers, Chris is the first town employee to be elected to the select board, which is kind of historic. I think it speaks volume for his character and respect that they have in the community. I think it's pretty cool besides. So with that in mind, in the past, the select board has appointed people. I know Bob Jones was an example who was appointed on a regular basis because of the vacancies and when people stepped down. But as you look at the actual language, the committee, the budget committee, let's see where I marked it. It's at towards the end, 25, I believe, reappointments. And it says under the reappointment section for the protocol, members appointed to complete a vacant term shall serve for the date appointed and sworn in for the term of expiration. That was the confusion when I thought that we'd be filling in for 2 years as opposed to 1. That starts it. And then if you move down to how, it talks about the committee under D. Well, first of all, we have to go through the process, which is to accept the resignation due to his election, and then we'll be posting it for a 30-day notice. Anyone who's interested in filling that position on the Budget Finance Committee will present their resume or their letter to actually the Budget Committee. The Budget Committee, or if it was the Planning Board, the Planning Board, or Appeals, would then look at them and make a recommendation to the Select Board. And then at that stage, we would decide who, if we didn't agree, or we just accept it. And it's about a 60, 90-day process all in all. But it's kind of appropriate that the committees would decide, after looking at it, who would fit in. I was under the impression the first time through that the Select Board would do what we've done in the past. But I think this is a way to follow it. So if anyone has any questions on that, but it's quite a period to go from one thing to another. And the only thing I would say on this particular process would be, is it my hair? What gave it away? The only thing I would consider is shortening the time period because it actually ends up being 90 days or 120 if there's any glitch. And we don't have to deal with that tonight. It's just a matter of realizing the process and asking if anyone has any questions on the process as I read it. Because it makes a point of saying to the board or committee. And if it was just the select board, it wouldn't say or committee. That's my interpretation.
I agree with that.
So as far as this one particular thing, I think that the town manager talked, or Mel talked about posting it or having it ready to go for tonight or tomorrow, so it makes the paper, the 30 days.
Yeah, I think we can post that in Roadrunner. I think it's this Friday.
Well, they asked for it to be on Tuesday.
Immediately, okay.
And then depending on where else we want it advertised, we can get that in motion, yeah.
Get on the signboard and.
And once it hits our webpage, it's covered, and then the paper, even if we miss this Friday, we'll have it for the next Friday. And it's still quite a length of time for anyone who wants to put a letter in. And now that we've mentioned it at 2 different select board meetings,
right.
Anyone who's paying attention will have a letter in. Any questions? Any other change that anyone here looked at that on this particular matter? I thought this was important to get out of the way now to lay it out.
I agree.
I agree.
So first of all, we gotta go through B.
Yes. For the, we accepted, we have to vote. Maybe there should be a motion then.
I don't know about a motion,
we-
we just have to
Well,
accept.
we would do this on our meeting,
Yeah, turn select board.
True,
right? Like,
true.
in our meeting
Yep.
following,
The
right?
only hiccup I can see is the August 20th Budget Finance Committee meeting is actually a tour of public safety. So they won't be meeting, it won't be a regular meeting for them. So I guess that would put us to September if they were to meet.
Do you think they'd be willing to explore a special meeting?
I'll talk with the chair,
Or a
Lockwood,
quick
just,
meeting before their tour?
maybe we can do that. Yep, so I'll make a note of that and I'll talk with chair.
Well, I mean, that was the workshop part of this. And again, if we want to talk about, do we want to shorten it, this would be the time, because we're going to come back and visit it. But at least it would be publicly acknowledging in a workshop that is 90 days reasonable? And the other thing, and the second thing, is my interpretation of the expired term under 25(1). To be appointed to complete a vacancy term shall serve the date appointed and sworn in at the term expiration. I mean, do we want to clarify that it's just until the next general election? As they have done in the past?
I think so.
So we'll make a note of that, and then and why I'm asking about it now is because we're speaking on this particular item.
Right.
And then we can go back and whatever time we have to
Tweak other things.
we
Right.
can. So those are the two things that I saw. Kayla, did you see anything?
I know that Sam mentioned something that you saw in the bylaws that you'd like to address.
Section 6, attendance.
On this appointment?
Oh, on that
reappointments,
appointment
yeah.
thing? No, I agree with.
Okay.
I know 90 days seems like a long time, but I think shortening it really isn't that fair, because 30 days is a typical length of time you give people to see a notice, respond to a notice. So I know that adds up to 90 days, but.
And let me ask you this. If someone stepped down in May, and the reason I said shorten it, and now we go 90 days, there's 4 people on the board, tie votes could be a problem. Should we put a clause in there and say within a period, 90 days before the June election, that we could appoint someone? All I'm thinking about is, this is when we're busy. This is the budget period.
Yeah.
May, June. I mean, everything comes to a head. I think we have to look at that. If we leave the 90 days, there should be an exception for a time period that's less than 90 days. If you understand what I'm saying.
I do.
All right. And we don't have to decide tonight.
Yeah.
I'm just pointing out, when I was tossing and turning around with, I said, wait a minute, I didn't realize this went to the committees. So let's just give that some thought of how we would fill in an expedient way. It could be as simple as the next highest vote getter. If 2 people ran for office and someone stepped down, there was 1 position, I mean, we can play with it. It's just something I think we ought to consider, so we don't find ourselves in May, someone steps down, moves away, or Lord forbid, is incapacitated.
So would we give that like a time frame? Just throwing an idea, like between the months of, or would we just state during active budget fiscal, or during active fiscal budget time?
Well,
We would try to appoint on a more expedited process.
I'm
I'm thinking
willing to
aloud.
make a note and then bring back the conversation, because we're going to be, there's a few things in here we're going to have to go through. It isn't just this one thing. For example, if you look at the policy, I'll just give this example. It says 10 working days or 12 working days per agenda, and we work 4 days a week, the staff. So that's 8 days, that's 2 weeks. We'd be having an agenda by this policy. We'd be getting an agenda 2.5 weeks out, unless we say a working week shall be Friday to Friday, or Tuesday to Tuesday, and just make it a simple week for the agenda, because as it is, when we try to get this agenda out early, Monday was, they're off, and Friday was 4th of July. And so the first thing I realized is that we needed to go back and look at that long period for the agenda. You gotta remember, they went from 2 meetings to 1.
You could also just strike the word working.
Did you already go
7 days.
back?
Yeah, sorry.
13. I was giving an example, I wasn't, and then we'll start from the beginning. But that's just an example of what I was talking about. That might be some creative way to do it. 7 days does Tuesday to Tuesday,
Yep.
which is what we talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. That was simple. See what I mean? That's what, meeting of the minds. Of course, I should have had a pencil with me.
Yeah, I think that worked.
Anyway, if you want to start from the beginning, we can do that. Sam, if you have something you'd like to highlight, because I don't want to run past the 6 o'clock period. I would like to accommodate the people that are scheduled to come in.
Well, I'll just bring up a quick one on Section 6, attendance. It says
Oh, yes.
attendance will be defined as present physically, no written or electronic means, blah, 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 blah. I assume that includes Zoom. And we do Zoom very often. People are out sick, they're out of town on business, and they Zoom in, and that, to me, is attendance.
Yeah, and you see, I highlighted it too. And that's almost the first one I highlighted, actually. So we have to figure a way, when possible, when practical. I mean, I said to Derek, if you feel up to it, I should have announced that too. Derek Ray has had a fever for a few days, and he's just not focused. He said, if I feel better, I said, if you feel better, Zoom in. If you don't, it's hard to think when you're sick, rationally and stuff. So he did call, and that's why he's not here.
Maybe you change that to with permission of the chair. In other words, you can zoom in.
Yes.
Like in Derek's case,
Yeah,
he's sick,
yeah.
and you say, hey, you're sick, stay home, we don't want you to get everybody else sick, but we'll allow you to zoom in. It
And
makes sense.
yeah, and
But
actually
he
says-
needs to have communication with the chair or vice chair.
Good point, Chris. And it actually says that in the beginning. It says without notification of the chair. So that covers
Yeah,
you
that
when
covers
you know. But still, it's better to clarify it right now and work through it so that if we're going to try to follow policies and tweak them so that it actually is understandable and we don't have a 45-minute conversation on whether it's 2 years or 1 year, it'll make the meetings a lot quicker.
I noticed that these are also last updated pre-COVID.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
I
I went
think
back to the-
addressing and adding Zoom as a attendance is would be an okay thing.
And it's an interesting thing, I know the town hall has the annual reports. If you see when they're amended, and you go back to the warrants in the annual reports, it's quite interesting reading to what they changed. And that's what I did with the budget committee and this, to see why it was changed. And so I think you're covered with, health issues and stuff, especially after your back operation.
Yeah.
And thank you for pointing that out. It's interesting, when you start with the first paragraph, I just want to touch on this, all right? Let us get through it, Cliff. If you got something to say, I'll have you talk, though, unless you want to say something right away on that. On the budget committee, go ahead.
No, on the budget committee on this.
All right.
I printed the agenda for this last week. This was not in the workshop at that time.
Oh, the draft?
Yeah, I printed it and it said workshops will be Raymond Community Residents Partnership and discussion on community events.
That's the agenda for
implementation.
today's agenda. The workshop we announced last month.
This says workshops for those two items. Well, I've got it now.
This is at 5:30 we're doing this, at 6 o'clock we're starting.
We've only got 30 minutes for this, so I just soon stay on what we're doing. But Cliff, I did the same thing. I had to look at both of
Well,
them. One got posted and maybe in a timely
Yeah, I think
manner.
it was
But just to be fair, we're trying to work through with moving it from Friday to Tuesday to before, and we had a holiday and a day off. Peter?
Chair, with your approval, just because I know this is a workshop, so not a public comment, just in crafting that, when you're thinking about the attendance part of it, I believe state statute is clear as far as zooming in. You can do that. I mean, according to state statute, you can do that. But I would ask you to also consider executive session.
Yes. And the state statute says unless the town has a different policy. And ours is detailed in a different fashion.
That executive session.
It makes sense.
Are you allowed to attend an executive session via Zoom?
No.
Well, then, I would say one state has a policy.
Thank you. That's a good one too. Yeah, I know that the lawyers can. And so actually we've done Zoom for certain participants as a past practice, but I think it should be clear. I think that's a good one to put in there too, because if you're incapacitated and it's something that we need, again, 4 people, but we don't vote in executive session, so it's not the same as far as conversation.
Right. And we don't take minutes.
You can't take minutes. And actually, there's a lot about executive session we'll be going through to figure out the best way. Even in this, it says clearly that executive session, you protect the person or the issue, but you let the public know what it's about. And we've been just reading the number, and no one knows what the number is. So I did mention to Joe that we have to make it a little bit more transparent in that it's a select board matter amongst the select board, or it's a disciplinary hearing for personnel. And that's all we have to do, or misunderstanding, or to look at personnel policy within. And so all we have to do is put a note so the public's not wondering what 30A-63-4 is, And so we're going to do it. We're going to try to make it a little better, So anyway, but the first thing I just want to touch on, we only have 10 minutes, but if you look at the first paragraph, it says that these rules, by necessity, shall be reviewed and amended from time to time as needed arises, and to meet the needs of future boards. And I think that's a very interesting line, because when you get into this thing, it clearly says that we are elected at the secret ballot, and we take office July 1st, not June 11th or June 10th. And so if we're going to continue the practice, and it must make it confusing even with salaries, if I get elected on the 10th, or Kayla and Chris gets elected on the 11th, and the select board members that are actually in office don't show up, and we have 20 things on the agenda, one, I don't think it's fair, and two, it's not even following the bylaws. So if we're going to do that, what's elected, the board changes. How do we make the agenda with the town manager reflect what the new board wants? And I'm not saying that we have to discuss it tonight. I just want to point out that it clearly says we take office July 1st, and the term is June 31st or whatever. So if you go through and you start to look at what the boards have done in the past and what the policy says, and it has been amended 05, 10, June 10th, December 10th, April 5th, 11th, January 13th, April 13th, May 15th, February 18th, that's 2018 obviously, and September 19th. Those are a lot of quick changes. And there may be a lot of reasons for that. I didn't have time to go through all of them, but they are interesting when you go back and look at the annual report. And I have a hunch Peter's got all the annual reports in his library, but still, those are the things we need to look at, and we're not going to have time to go through all this tonight. So if there's anything really strong that someone picked up, or striking that we might think about and twist our brains around.
Somebody has something to say down there. Can you hear them?
Yeah.
I have a suggestion, Mr. Chair.
Yes, yes, sir.
Maybe what we should do is when we do schedule a workshop to thoroughly go through this, that we have the attorney in attendance to help us with policy and procedure on how we should be conducting our business.
I'm not opposed to that, but one of the things I'm going to really try to focus on is keeping attorney fees down from 40 to 50,000. So if we went through and made changes and then have him look at them.
That may be a
And then,
compromise.
but I will tell you this, I think we're going to have an executive session with the attorney, with the 5 of us, just to go through what we can update you two on, that we had an executive session a month ago.
Right.
You know, that kind of stuff. And I have questions about, if, for example, I had a question about hiring procedure, and I asked the chair to have Matt call me or let me call, and it doesn't happen, that's the kind of stuff I'd like to have in this policy, so that no selectman doesn't have a right to have a difference of opinion and ask for an attorney.
Gets left out.
Yes, or 3.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, I could go down through my marks, but I'm not, you know, I'm not the only one. It's just, I was told, another example, there was a emergency meeting posted on a Friday night at 9 o'clock for Monday morning or Tuesday morning. And I didn't, you know, I was busy on the weekend. And Derek didn't get it, I didn't get it, and I think they ended up calling you, Sam, to make a 3rd vote, I'm not
They
sure.
did, which they did.
And then I complained and said, they can text us, we have all kinds of ways to get notified. And the chair decided that emails is how we're gonna do business, and that's fair enough. But it says, make all, wherever it is, make all efforts to contact down in here. It clearly says that you don't lock into one thing and it's an email, especially if you get 320 of them dumped on me like Roadrunner did one time. So those are the things I'd like to go through, lay out and clearly say, what do you have for problems with communication? Because that's what I'm talking about in this. I'm talking about communications. And I thought I understood this pretty well.
And what you're also talking about is transparency.
Correct.
I'm also
And-
sorry,
Go ahead.
Chris,
No,
no,
it's
go
good.
ahead. That was my fault.
Oh, go ahead. I'm done.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm very sorry. I'm also wondering if we can sort of lay out what constitutes a reason for an emergency meeting.
Oh, absolutely, that's on my list. You know, and they say everything's a special meeting. There's a board meeting and a special meeting. And we were calling emergency meetings, well, my first 2 months I had 2 select board meetings and 3 emergency meetings. So that tells you how much we've had on that. So we can't continue to do business like that. We really have to fine tune this so that the public knows, 7 days in advance of the agenda, like Cliff just said. If it's posted, clearly he should have been able to read everything, know what's going on, and come in prepared to ask us questions. We have a lot to do this year between resilience, the school, you know, all the things that are listed up here. And if we don't streamline this and make it more transparent and much more communicative for the participation and getting the public back here where they belong to tell us what they're thinking, you know, it's gonna be crazy. And I have to quote Sam, I dropped off the paperwork and he says, Dennis, can't we just get back to the people, doing it for the people? And I said, Sam, I'm gonna quote you at the first meeting we're back. And I thought it was time. And I know from talking to both you, Chris, and Kayla, you both felt the same way. Chris, I'm gonna take a moment here and just say, because it's on the record, he said, I'm in my forever home. I said, I'm in my forever home. You've gotta run, because forever's a long time. You need to be involved now. And he goes, okay. It was a little bit more than that, but it's exactly. And what was the other comment you made? I've always wanted to make a big difference in a community. Think about that. That's what we want. That's exactly what we want. So this work session, we had an hour. It's going to be 4 or 5 minutes. So if anyone wants to make comments on how they want to handle this, the next work session or whatever, I'd rather hear now. We'll put it on, we'll make it a motion in the next meeting, at the actual board meeting here at 6 o'clock. But I think this stuff is important, and this one in particular ought to be ironed out first. So, but it's also summer. I'm gonna just put it out there, you know? And the summer is 4 months, and 4 weeks out of the 4 months is summer. So, whether we do it before the next board meeting, or whether we do one in the middle, it doesn't matter to me at this stage. I just think there's a lot here when you read through it, that has to be tweaked. We can bring it up at the next meeting.
I wouldn't be opposed to having a workshop that's not a
Separate and distinct?
separate and distinct workshop to work on it. I think it's important, like you said.
Tim?
I think, I like Chris' idea.
I'm fine with that.
So what we'll do is just find a time, we'll talk to Derek and we'll set
Yeah.
one up.
Yep.
All right.
Just sit down and do it.
And we'll do a 7-day notice again, once we know what it is, we'll
Yep.
do a 7-day notice on the agenda, on the board, the web, and, the other thing I didn't realize is I just wanted to have a roundtable to get everyone's vision on why you joined, what you were thinking long-term, same thing with Kayla. I think people know how I feel, I've been here for a year, speaking my mind, and I know from just dropping off the paperwork how you feel, getting
Yeah.
back to the people. We're gonna put that on the agenda somehow with just personal vision or something, but it has to have, it has to be on the agenda. We just can't talk about everything. So, anything else?
They elected us, we need to let them know what we're doing and why we're doing it.
I'm loving you more every day, Sam.
That worries me.
I just want to see you dance on your deck. Other than that, anything you'd like to add? I know you probably looked at this policy, Joe. Is there anything you saw in there that would make your job a little easier? We still have a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I think that clarifying the timelines of when to, get the agenda items, when to post, I think that's key. Especially as we have new staff, here in these roles and a new board. And I think once we get those ironed out and get into that rhythm, it'll be much easier to, again, pivot to those special meetings or emergency meetings, and kind of have a blueprint of where to go. So I think this is really good to look at and hasn't been looked at for a while. So I think with a fresh set of eyes, it'll be good to kind of sit down longer and that workshop and work through them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Melody? You're the one that ended up putting the agenda together. Anything you want to add or anything that you see that you need to receive from us in order to move forward?
I just think, we'll just establish some good teamwork and we'll make a better timeline that works for everybody and we'll make it happen.
Okay, thank you. Bill?
Go ahead.
Do we vote to adjourn and move right to the next one? Because there's no.
You'll need to
real order.
adjourn and give me about 2 minutes.
All right. So we'll just adjourn. It's a workshop, right?
Yeah, we make a motion?
Yep.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Okay.
Now, first
We don't have any medical stores. The two that are here existed before, I think it's December 1st, 2018.
Okay.
And that's when the towns had to start deciding opt in or opt out, so they were grandfathered.
Okay.
The proposed ordinance that was submitted by Kristen Collins on behalf of Mr. Richardson seems to be written for towns that have opted out. She said she has produced them for
Good evening, and welcome to the July 8th, 2025 regularly scheduled Select Board meeting. We're going to move through quite a few things on the agenda, and we're going to begin with a committee that's been put together, actually people that have been hired to help a committee that's being put together for Raymond Community Resilient Program. It's the North Star who we use for the comprehensive plan, and we're going to turn it over to them to keep it moving, and I'm going to ask everyone to hold off on questions until they get through the presentation, only because we have several large things to deal with tonight, and it would be easier for these young ladies to get through it.
What do we need to do?
Actually, Chris just raised a good question, a good point, and that is Derek is not present today because he's sick with a fever, and with 4 of us, we have a quorum. And so I just want everyone to know that he's not out playing golf. I'll turn it over to you, young ladies.
Great, thank you. And thanks everyone for coming to the workshop tonight. I think we'll start with just some brief introductions on who we are and the work that we do. And then we'll get into a brief presentation, and then largely are here to hear from you all as community members of Raymond to help inform the next steps of this work and really ensure that the priorities that the town helps set through this project are based in experiences, knowledge, and perspectives that you all have that we don't, because of our professional orientation to the project. So I'll start. My name's Lucy Perkins. I'm the Director of Climate Resilience with a firm called Seiler Climate Consulting. We are a small group based out of Portland, Maine. We work a lot with communities in the Northeast, and especially in this state on climate resilience and community resilience projects. My background is I've worked actually for the city of South Portland for about 4.5 years, and then worked with the state of New Hampshire in their coastal management program for about 2.5 years. So have lots of experience. I love the community engagement component of this work, and especially integrating ideas from community members into really informed and implementable and actionable plans. So excited for what we'll learn through our work together tonight and in the coming month. We have had the privilege of being partners with North Star Planning, and I'll let Gretchen introduce herself in a minute, but they have been leading this effort, and I know that you all have worked with them on the comprehensive plan, both with Kate and Sam, who couldn't be here tonight, but Gretchen, fortunately, is with us.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. My name is Gretchen Barbera. I am the representative from North Star Planning today. I'm actually their intern this summer, so if you have any serious questions, I don't know if I'll be able to answer them, but I'll try my best. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm really looking forward to hearing your perspectives.
Great. Thank you, Gretchen. So we have a story map that we've been developing over the last few months that we had planned to show. We've had a couple technical issues. So what we'll do is make sure that you all have access to that after our conversation today. The story map is sort of an online resource that you can scroll through a couple different pages that both provide an overview of what the Community Resilience Partnership is, which I'll talk through in a minute. Provides a summary of information, data, knowledge about the community that we've gathered largely through the work with the comprehensive plan, and also a couple listening sessions that we've held with community leaders and organizations. And then it also integrates data about the environment, knowing that there's so much care and value of environmental resources and natural resources in this community. There's another section on local impacts from climate change and weather-related storm events. And then there's sort of next steps. So it's meant to be a bit of a living visual resource of what we've learned so far, and we'll continue to add to over the coming month as we finalize our work with the town. So that exists. We'll make sure that you have access to it through the town website and can be in touch after the workshop if you have any questions on what you're seeing there. But we're sorry we can't show it tonight. What I will do is give a quick overview of what the Community Resilience Partnership is and why we're here and what we're hoping to accomplish all together. The Community Resilience Partnership is a program out of the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future. It's been around, I think, since 2022. And the purpose of the program is to provide grants and technical assistance to Maine communities to prepare for impacts from climate change, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, transitioning to clean energy, and also building resilience to, as I mentioned, weather-related storm events. And under that bucket, there are 7 different sort of action areas that you can consider taking, and they include focus on transportation, protecting natural resources, public health, supporting vulnerable communities and populations, especially aging populations and populations aging in place. So it's really broad in how they're thinking about community resilience, which I think mirrors what we've heard, how you all are thinking about community resilience as a town as well. The partnership provides grants to communities to implement priority actions. Those grants range from $50,000 to $75,000 for one community, or $125,000 to $175,000 if a community partners with another community to do sort of a regional project. So what we have been contracted to do is to support you all in first enrolling in the program. Once you are enrolled in the program, then you can apply for a grant and receive funding. The partnership itself is quite large and continues to grow. Right now there are 263, I believe, Maine communities that are enrolled in the Community Resilience Partnership. That represents about 2/3 of the state's population. And they have really done a good job at trying to make the program accessible, especially to more rural and sort of smaller communities because of what they have done to work with us as service providers. So we sort of like help you along the way and help you make the first initial steps to enroll in the program so that you then have access to the funding to apply for it and implement some of the priority actions. So we are service providers in that role. After we are contracted with you all, I think through August or September, the next grant funding is available at the end of August. So sort of what we're working towards is helping you all develop a grant application to then try to receive and be eligible for funding from the state. There are a couple criteria in order to be an eligible community. Hosting a community workshop, which is why we're here tonight. We really want to use this opportunity as a way to hear from you all, learn about your priorities, experiences that you've had so that they can inform what we might develop into a grant application. The town has to pass a resolution, which I think is on the docket for next month's meeting. And it's pretty templated, already established, and should be an easy process. And then completing 2 worksheets that we will really use our conversation to help answer some of those questions that are, it's a self-evaluation and then setting some priorities. So those are the boxes to check before the end of our work together. And then it's sort of like starting to walk and run in this process, which is really the exciting part because you all hopefully will gather additional resources and support to do what you identify as your community priorities. After the contract with us ends, there are regional coordinators that the state has funded at Council of Governments, and we know that Raymond isn't part of GPCOG, but the regional coordinator that sits in GPCOG is willing to still help with some of that work. Those regional coordinators are fantastic resources. They help towns develop grant applications, manage grant applications, just because that in and of itself is a lot of work. They are there to ask questions. They help with best practice sharing across communities. So they are a great resource. Gretchen Anderson is the person at GPCOG who would be your regional coordinator. So we're happy to connect you all, but know that she is there and these staff are around and are being fantastic resources for communities that are already in or are enrolling in the partnership itself. I think that's it for the quick overview. The goal of our conversation tonight is to start to answer some of those questions in the worksheet that we have handed out that really feeds into the self-evaluation and the priority setting work. And we just want to use this as an opportunity. You all know this community so well. You may have experienced impacts from weather-related storm events. There are places that you value. There's knowledge that you hold because of your time here. And gathering that and integrating it into our findings and the grant application will only strengthen and improve and ensure that it is locally informed and relevant to this community. So that's what we're hoping to do together tonight. We have some facilitated questions. I think the request is that maybe we could go into a bit more of an informal conversation so that we can lead a bit of a facilitated discussion to start to answer those questions and hear from you all, but would look to the board to make sure that that's okay to move forward.
I agree.
Okay.
I like it. And but before we move on, the question I have,
Yeah.
grant is a very good name, you know, and what you talked about COG helping.
Yes.
Are you going to be in the, will that be part of your process and involvement with our town? Your group?
Let me try to answer your question. If I don't totally, please ask it again. So the COG is available to help. We will help write this first application. That is part of what we have been contracted to do. Depending on what the grant is itself, we could still be involved if we write it such a way and it feels like a good fit with how we could support the town. Also knowing that you have experience with North Star planning, doing planning work, that there could be a good opportunity there to help with local knowledge, but also aligning with local priorities. The COG is available as an additional resource. If perhaps the grant application comes out that maybe it's with another community organization or the Lakes Association or the town just leads it itself and additional support would be helpful, that capacity is available in any scenario in which you all move forward. They can be a great resource in managing the funds and just knowing how the partnership works. Does that answer your question?
Yes, you're basically saying that they're there for advice and maybe would help a little bit on the grant writing. And I'm looking for, if we hire you, you could be first team grant writing.
Yeah, and under our current contract, we are grant writing for this first round. So that is already set,
already done.
and that's what we're going to work on, especially in the month of August and end of July, is to put together the first application.
That answers my question.
There are subsequent funding cycles because this work is funded through a couple different pots of funding at the state level and some federal money as well. So if the town wants to continue to apply for subsequent grants, the COG would be a really good resource to help with that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any board members or go right to the public?
Okay. Awesome. So what we would love to do now, you all have the handout, and I see some of you have already started to jot down ideas, which is fantastic. We know we have a starting point. The first thing we want to do is talk about building community resilience, what that means and what the town is already doing and what some priorities might be in the short term and the long term. So I think what would be great is if you have a thought as we ask the question, raise your hand and we can go around. I invite you all to build upon one another, ask a question for clarity. If you have a different perspective, let's sort of try to figure out what knowledge you all hold in this room. And if you don't feel comfortable raising your hand and speaking, do know that you can write on these sheets and we can collect them at the end, and that is another way to participate. I know some things feel more comfortable for folks than others, but we can be respectful of different ideas that are here and who's sort of sharing the mic and the different voices that are in the room. So to start, the first question we really have is around what is Raymond already doing well to anticipate, cope with, and rebound from events or trends related to climate change. So this might be reducing flood risk, knowing that you all have already done some great work to address culverts and improve culverts. This could be related to heat, higher heat days, drought, weather-related disruption and power outages, water quality. I know that the Lakes Association is doing fantastic work there. So this is sort of trying to get at what are you already doing well that we could build upon? What should we know that the town has started to move on or make progress towards? That is great baseline, and help us figure out sort of what exists, what are the assets that are currently in place that can strengthen where we might head from here. So welcome if anyone has an initial thought for that first question. What are you doing well to anticipate, cope with, or respond to events? Yes, please.
I'm not a member of the comprehensive plan.
Brian.
Yes.
Please.
Oh, I have to go up there?
Yes. Well, I'd just soon have the public.
Say who I am?
Please.
And where you live, too.
Ryan Walker, Rolfe Road. Since I'm not a member of the Comprehensive Plan Committee, I want to mention the Comprehensive Plan, which is just about to get voted on in a special meeting very soon, does a great job of summarizing a lot of the concerns, and I think it would be a great document to go to. The other one that comes to mind is the Public Works Department has done quite a lot of drainage types of issues. We're blessed with a lot of water, and so when we see what happens in Texas and things like that, one cannot not think about the parallels on that. So.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for raising that. I would say that we have also bookmark the comp plan as something to reference, especially in developing those priorities, because I think there are some actions and recommendations from that process that translate really well and align with what the state has identified as eligible actions for funding. So glad that that exists, and that the town has done a ton of work to put that together in a really thoughtful way. And then the second on related to public works, they're a great resource and top of our list in terms of one of the risks that we should be planning for, thinking about what scenarios to plan for in terms of the spring melt days or heavy precipitation, and where are the critical access or risk points. The Nature Conservancy has done a review of all culverts in the state and categorized medium and high risk culverts. So there's some good resources that already are out there to try to identify where you might want to start if you're starting to do that work and build upon what the town has already done so far. So thank you for raising that. That's
Peter?
Great.
Yeah, Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road.
Awesome.
Just a question, not pertaining to this specifically,
Yeah.
but just a clarification on the process that you spoke to just a minute ago. So if I understand it, your role in the town and what you're contracted at this point is really not submitting a grant. It's submitting basically I think you used the term that it was enrollment. So that would be your obligation at this point. That's my understanding?
It's actually both. So our first contract right now is to submit all of the materials in order to enroll in the program and develop a grant application that will submit to the state for this next cycle of Community Resilience Partnership grant funding.
Okay, and so some of the feedback you'll get tonight will establish the priorities for what you would ask for in this first grant phase.
Exactly.
Okay, and then the second phase, if I understand it, would be contracting with you or North Star or someone else to put together an application for any additional grants.
Yeah, I think so. After that application that we will help write goes in, hopefully it is funded. Then you'll do the work of that grant application. It may involve us, it may not. So we are here to write that in such a way that supports the town to do what their priorities are. You can then apply for, there will be future grant cycles after the end of August. And so you could work with the COG to do that. They can help write those other grants. Maybe there's staff or community partners who can be a part of that. But know that there are future opportunities as well. Our work is through at least August to get that first grant in, and then we'll see what it looks like and what the project is, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. And I guess the only other question would be, as far as grants is concerned, is you mentioned like 2/3 of the communities in the state are enrolled. Do you have any sense of how many of those, or what percentage of those actually receive grants from the state?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'll just clarify, it's 2/3 of the population is in a town that is enrolled in the program. I think it's about 50% of all communities is how it works out. This past cycle, I believe they funded 108 grants. So they have a good amount of money because of some of the federal funding that was recently awarded to the state. And I think they try to do a very good job of distributing it. So they have pretty transparent eligibility criteria that we can write to and think about and how to develop a competitive grant application. Of course, it's competitive, so not everyone gets funded, but they've been able to fund a lot of communities, and I think always are trying to grow the pool of towns that are receiving this, towns and municipalities and tribal governments that are receiving this funding.
And I know you don't have a crystal ball, but in these very dynamic times, what is the sense you have as far as those federal monies continuing to be available?
Yeah, it's such a good question. Or state, I know all of it is, there's a lot of uncertainty right now. They have in their most recent report for 2025, they have a really helpful pie chart, and I can't remember the distinctions right now about where that money is coming from. 20% is from a recent NOAA grant that was, I think, for $69 million that's going throughout the state for the next 5 years. That is what has allowed them to boost the funding amount from $50,000 to $75,000, anywhere in that range. There is also a lot of state, both supplemental and regular budget that funds the program. I think right now they feel comfortable to continue to offer that amount. I don't know the future of it, but I think this has been a very established program that has support from a lot of communities across the state with very different priorities. That has been an important resource for building community resilience. So I would hope that they would continue to be able to have access to that funding. You never know what the future is, but it's helped that there are diversified funding sources, both state and federal, and that right now there's also been a solid state foundation if that federal money were to go away. But I think it's a rather complicated process about when it's awarded, what's in hand, what's still at the federal government. So we could do some research to try to figure out and just clarify where that all stands, if that would be helpful for you for planning. I just don't want to say something that isn't actually correct, knowing that there are a lot of pieces that are moving around it.
Sure.
Yeah.
And
Good
thank
question. Okay. Anyone else have thoughts on that first question around what is the town doing well to both anticipate, so ahead of time, any planning, but also respond to perhaps after a weather-related event or a power outage, a flooding occurrence or anything? Would welcome any thoughts. Great.
My name is Frank McDermott, 2 McDermott Road here in Raymond. Looking at the 8 areas, I'm wondering if it would be possible that the grant would cover hiring a grant writer that would search out both public and private funds to work in these areas. The town has talked about a lot of these things, but we've not taken a lot of action. And I think that what we really need is someone in town government here who spends a full time on a job looking for grants, either public or private grants, to work in these areas. Would that be possible?
It's a great question. I'm glad you raised it. I think I'll answer it now and put a pin in it when we turn to some of the priorities, but I don't want to leave it unanswered to move forward. So one thing would be to think about it holistically. So funding a position is important. I don't know if it would just fund a position outright, but what we could do is think about how to plan for funding of community resilience, whether that's through a capital improvement plan, a staff position, or other resourced positions that might exist at other community partners, so that it is more holistic and not reliant on just one person looking for funding. I think they are trying to do more planning-based work, but what we could do is think about how do we wrap it into a bit of a landscape analysis of what is available for funding, how could you integrate it into sort of a more continued plan and a capital improvement plan based on what infrastructure is at risk, and knowing that grant writing is a big job. The COG is available to help do that too. So we could try to think holistically about how do you position yourselves well to apply for and receive funding to implement these priorities. I want to go back and look at the full list because I don't think there is a specific action that says hire a grant writer, but if we could write it in such a way that really speaks to financing climate resilience and an evaluation of different options or opportunities, that might be a way to sort of creatively come at that and think about the feasibility of different mechanisms that are in place through zoning, through capital planning, and then how a staff position fits into that as well. Yeah.
So Peter Levitt, 211 Road. It just occurred to me as far as this question is concerned, I've had personal experience with the citizen lake associations in the town, and they've done incredible work as far as being safeguarding the water bodies. My understanding twofold is that, or as far as just overall Raymond, it occurs to me, I think the right thing to do is to protect the environment. There's no doubt, and I think everybody in this room would probably agree as well. What is very clear is that also when you look at what's the major economy in this town,
yes,
it's the lakes.
Great. Could I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
You mentioned, and I know that the lake associations are a really important player in this. Is there anything that you think they're doing particularly well, whether it's around water quality, invasive species monitoring?
Invasive species mitigation, they've done a great job on.
Yep.
Setchy discs and water quality.
Yes.
Oxygen measurements as far as depth is concerned.
Yeah.
Some of the lakes turning over.
Yeah.
I mean, there's even a group in Wyndham and Raymond that do loon counts. which is exceedingly important in my opinion. So all of those things are happening, and the town has supported those activities, but a lot of them are citizen-driven.
Right.
And on that note, there's also many road associations have worked with Pullman Water District regarding the erosion. They have a program, and I think they still have an active grant program. I'm not sure how much money's left in it, but they will come in and look at a road association. I know when I was president, they came in and did a great job with us.
That's the 319 program.
319?
319 grants, and all the other lake associations that have been conducting watershed surveys, they survey around the lake, and they come up with the priorities that have erosion issues that bring in the phosphates and the nitrates into the lake, and they're all working towards those 319 grants as we speak. So that's, they're doing a very good job at that.
Fantastic. Thank you both for raising that. That's helpful.
Chris is a very well-experienced code officer, so we're blessed to have him. And then the other thing I would mention is that Public Works Director has said that he's going to be having a program up and running this budget process to have identified the culverts and the road work that he will be doing, so that we have a plan of action of, again, maybe when you mentioned the state has a culverts all on a map or whatever, does it include our town?
It does. So we could be happy to pass that along. And I think one thing to think about too is I have to look at the Nature Conservancy's resource, but one way that communities are starting to look forward in that planning is to also bring in precipitation data or predictions, so that you are planning for future storm scenarios and what needs to pass through that infrastructure today and 25, 50 years down the line. So I think it would be great to work with the Public Works Director to understand what they're already putting together, if additional data would be helpful, what might be a shorter term priority or a longer term plan that let's work on what they've put together now, and then in a couple years start thinking about what additional data would be
So
helpful.
you'd be looking for scheduled culvert replacement or cleanings or whatever, so that you know what was scheduled. And one thing about Raymond, and everyone here knows, there are no straightaways. They're all hills and curves, and I mean, it's the beauty of being wrapped around the 5, 6, 7 lakes, whatever we have in ponds. So, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get together with Nathan.
Oh, Kayla?
We've talked a lot about citizen initiatives and the Public Works Director, but I'm wondering, Joe, if you have anything to add about what else maybe the town may be doing?
As far as climate?
Yes.
Or climate? Nothing in place right now. So obviously the comprehensive plan will dictate a lot of that. And then with that, we can develop some of those plans, which now we would have funded.
Perhaps
with
Tassel
these
Talk.
grants. Tassel Talk, yeah, that was, I guess, one that was, ended up being a mitigation of, we had some toilets that had septic, and we decided to get into a fully underground septic pump station there with the toilets and bathrooms there. So that was through the ARPA grant and bond through the town. So that was a big one as far as keeping our waterways clean.
And I think I'd encourage you to think broadly about community resilience and climate impacts, because it touches so many things, and whether it's emergency management and response, housing, and how subdivision regulations or open space planning, that you may already be doing some of these things that might not just be,
Right.
It might not be tagged as climate change, but what you're doing is thinking about how impacts from storms and what it's like to live as a resident could be affected by different conditions and scenarios. And if I can shout out some of the work that Debbie's been doing with Age-Friendly, Raymond, like that alone, building the resilience of community members who might be more impacted by a storm or might have different access to resources, building their resilience and a social network and a community, that is for me, that is community resilience climate planning work. So I think you can think about this pretty holistically and broadly in regulatory and non-regulatory ways.
Because I think like with every independent department, I believe there's some focuses on different aspects of this. But as far as a all-encompassing plan, yeah, that's something we'll have to look at.
Yeah.
And we're actually going to, I'm sorry, Chris.
Want me to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, we have had discussions in the past. I was going to bring up the fire department.
Great.
Because of the, with the droughts and the amount of storms we've had and the amount of fuel that's on the ground, they have that in their minds to how to deal with those situations. So that's a big one, is fire, not only the water, but fire as well. And Brian brought up, Mr. Walker brought up the fact about what happened in Texas. And I was speaking with Joe today, and one of the biggest factors in the losses they had at Camp Mystic was they had no communication. They didn't have cell phones. They weren't allowed to have cell phones. And I remember a time when Raymond we had a siren on the top of Town Hall. And if there was an emergency, the siren went off. I don't know if it was basically for fires or whatever the emergency, but it was a way to communicate. And I think that in planning, I remember the ice storm. I lived through the ice storm. Many of you did. We had no way to communicate. Maybe you had a bag phone, but you didn't have cell phones. If you didn't have a landline, it was down. So there was no way to talk. So I remember the fire department going out and checking on people.
Yes.
So we have to have a plan that we have to get to those age, which I'm one of them now, elderly people, to see what their needs are. Because if they don't have power, water, or food, and they can't get out, we need to help figure a way to service them. So these storms are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think that this is a great workshop and discussion about that. And I think communication is a big piece of that. So maybe in this grant, we should try to figure out a way, maybe all the departments should have two-way radios, not just Public Works and Public Safety.
Interesting.
You know, maybe everybody have some kind of way of communicating, particularly the leaders of the town, to know what's going on. I know that nobody could get me where I am. I don't have cell service if I lose my internet. I have a Wi-Fi and that's it. So
Great.
I think communication is a big thing.
And actually, to tag on to that, we're doing a band around the town that we just voted through in the warrant.
Fiber optics.
To include more, better radio transmissions for the fire department, and it's actually a better system for communication eventually down the road for all citizens. That, and we're about to deal with Airbnbs, and one of the citizens raised the issue, if all we dealt with is safety and septic around the lake, because that's where the Airbnbs are being hit very, and we have, according to the past town manager, more waterfront than most oceanfront communities, with all of our ponds and lakes, 5 mile long peninsula and Big Sebago. So what's key is, in order to protect those, as Peter said earlier, you put 14 or 15 people in a 3-bedroom house with 1 bathroom for $5,000 a week, and the septic system starts to be overworked, it's not helping anyone. So that's on the agenda to deal with this year in this budget, with the select board. So to deal with that septic system that was mentioned earlier, along with the communications. And then one of the things I started to talk to the chief about is, I have a huge fear about forest fires in this town. When I was chief, we flew over the town and we could see very few of the roads in this town. The trees all hang over. And it's beautiful from the air, it's beautiful to live here. But we've had an ice storm, and now probably the biggest issue that we deal with is wind damage, both with CMP and all the forest, and we're heavily forest. And so I wouldn't mind having a combination of code enforcement's mapping with private roads and a grid with the fire department for purposes of fire stops, and a way to get in and have it mapped out as part of the emergency management program. Because I think it's just a matter of time.
This is thank you both for raising these ideas. I think this is a really good discussion, and welcome others to jump in here too. I'm hearing sort of an emphasis on communication, both radio, and also it brings up for me thinking about what are the other sort of informal networks and ways that people connect with their neighbors, or have other sort of social networks in place that can be communication pathways should cell phones not work, that there can be creative means of going about this that both lean on the resources, the staff capacity, and the infrastructure that the town has, and also what exists outside of the town and ways that people connect and share information with each other. And then your thought on sort of like just even thinking broader about emergency management protocols and plans and response plans for different types of hazards could be interesting to prepare for and do some thinking on in a geospatial way, and also an assessment of what is already happening now, knowing that these storms are becoming more frequent and more intense over time. So this is all great information. Does it bring up any ideas or thoughts from other folks in the room or up on the board that you want to build upon in terms of, I think we're sort of moving, I'm happy with us just to go wherever we want in this conversation. We're touching on a couple different things. Go ahead.
Right.
But in that question about what could Raymond improve upon, 3 to 5, or even the next one, 5 to 5
Yes.
plus, is the changeover that we're likely going to have, or we are going to get, our school back. And we're talking about, and it's actually on the agenda for a little later on, but how can that be a place which could be a resource in times of emergency? So emergency shelter, emergency communication, and some of those things. So I think that's another thing that we can think about as an asset that we have that would need to be developed for that.
That's a great idea. And there are communities that are doing planning for resilience hubs that both operate in times of response, so as warming and cooling shelters, but then what could they be in the interim time to help build community relationships, some of those bonds, and also provide resources, whether that's around food, programming, just to think holistically about what's the highest use of that. So let's follow along and figure out how that fits into this work as well. Thank you for raising it.
Sir?
Hi there, I'm Matt. I'm the executive director at Blue Echo Land Trust, not a Raymond resident, but representing an organization that serves the town of Raymond, is also a landowner and a taxpayer. Great to be here. One of the things I just wanted to bring up, and this is something that we're working across the lake region on, is identifying where there are land use patterns that are not aligned with the community vision, and especially thinking about climate resilience as well. So thinking about where current land use ordinances, codes might support things like sprawl development, habitat and ecosystem fragmentation, and also require more infrastructure or have a need for more infrastructure like roads, culverts, the types of things that we know are vulnerable in our changing climate. So it's great to see in the comp plan the emphasis on the designated growth areas, both the East Raymond and 302 designated growth area. So perhaps an opportunity for improvement could be thinking about what truly is the vision for those growth areas. What might the future look like for those places that could accommodate places for people to live, places for people to work, and focusing that growth in an area that is less infrastructure intense and also does not lead to the type of sprawl that I don't think anyone likes to see and disrupts the ecosystem functions that we rely on, such as our lakes, our water quality, and our terrestrial habitats as well. Thank you.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Matt.
Thanks for the work that you're doing on that. There are a lot of eligible actions through the grant that focus on improving or enhancing, updating, reviewing land use ordinances, perhaps to align with open space priorities, identify high priority lands, integrate green infrastructure and low impact development, especially into subdivision regulations, and think about what can smart growth look like. So would love to keep talking about this item and see that it connects to the comp plan, but also some bigger visioning. So I'm really glad you raised it. And I hope that we'll sort of tease out some of the details there in the future.
Frank?
Frank McDermott, 2 McDermott Road again. One of my other capacities, I'm the president of the Raymond Casco Historical Society. And I met with Joe last week talking about some issues that we had in common. And one of them was that we have just put a new small kitchen in the museum, and we have quite an open space here. We also have a small school, a one-room schoolhouse, and we have heat pumps in both of them. And one of the things I think we need to look at for both Raymond and Casco, because we are the Raymond Casco Historical Society, is a cooling spot. We don't have a cooling spot, either in Raymond or Casco, when we begin to get the 90-plus days. Now, a lot of us are thinking that, well, that only happens twice in a lifetime. But I noticed on the weather tonight that they're predicting next Tuesday it could be as high as 95 again. And we do have a number of people in both Raymond and Casco that could use this type of service. So I think we really ought to look at how we can get that set up for now. Brian brought up the idea of taking over the Jordan Small School again. Well, that won't happen until at least the fall of '27, and it will be the year 2030 before we probably will be able to use that building. So we're talking 5 years down the road. But that's part of that whole climate piece that I think we really need to be looking at, and sooner than later.
Thank you, Frank. Grace? And then you.
All set?
Yeah.
Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. So at the risk of repeating what others have said, I just want to emphasize communication. It's been an ongoing concern, I would say, in a number of ways, but certainly about these particular items, that's really, really important. And what ties in with that is education. Education about these issues, education about how you can make places safer, how you should be removing I forget what the term was that Chris just used, but in terms of fire prevention, getting the debris off from around your homes, and et cetera, and helping with that. And tied in with that, every time I pull out of my driveway, I think about the tree that's across the road that already lost large limbs and blocked the road for quite a while, and it was cleaned up fairly quickly after that storm, but it could have fallen in the other direction on the home that's there. And so things like that people may not be aware of. In fact, I'm worried now about the next windstorm about trees around my own home. But that's something that, just education about those types of things. So it's not just the fire aspect of that, but also just damage to structures that people may not be thinking about until it's too late. And tied in with a lot of these things, yes, there are some things in the works in terms of ordinances, but we've had a lot of discussion about enforcement of ordinances, and that is something that really needs improvement upon as well. And no fault of anybody in the town, it's a question of having the sufficient staff for monitoring things and being able to actually see that people know about ordinances. Again, back to education and communication, and understand the importance of following things, especially when I hear any of the folks from our public safety talk, the folks from our fire department talk about some of the concerns. It really is important that people have the knowledge that they need in order to keep our community as safe as possible. And I'm just going to put one more thing in there, because I really would like to see that recycling committee revived and really have the support that's needed to inform people, educate people about recycling, about composting. We could be doing a whole lot more on that front, and maybe it's not in the top 5 in terms of like fire prevention and flooding and whatever, but it certainly is a piece of all of this too. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask a quick follow-up question while you're still
sorry.
there? And also, these are all great ideas, so I really appreciate you raising them. A question for you and others too, maybe, where do you go right now for communication? What would better communication look like, so we can think about what are those sort of next steps, interim or long-term improvements, and where are trusted sources for information? Because I think that would help us think about developing that out into a larger idea.
Long ago, we had a newsletter that got mailed to every home, every residence in the town that was supported. It was before we were part of the RSU, and I'm not sure exactly how it was done, because it was some school personnel that did it. Didn't have anything for a long time. There was supposed to be an online newsletter you could sign up for. I signed up for it twice. I never got anything, so I don't know if that would work for people. Now we have every once a month, I think it is, the 2-page spread in the weekly paper, which we don't always get in a timely fashion, so that adds to the problem with communication. So really that is something for us to look at, a way that the town is supporting better communication for all. What I've been told for the last several years whenever I brought things up is, well, it's posted on the website. So I have been routinely, probably pretty obvious from some of the comments I've made recently, looking at the website, looking at the calendar. Is it posted yet? Is there an agenda yet? Is there whatever? I printed out the stuff for tonight. But again, having a better timeline for that so people are informed. I don't know how many people know about this tonight. It wasn't posted very quickly. And again, you can tell from the turnout that maybe not too many were aware of it. So I'm hoping there's more opportunity for folks to, and again, no fault on anyone. I know people who are busy. I don't want to sound like I'm criticizing, which I'm sure it does, but I think we need to do better in order to be sure our community is engaged in all this. It's just too important. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question? I know that I'm from the town of Yarmouth, and we use Facebook a lot. Do you guys have a community Facebook group that is used frequently for?
If you want to sell something, I think people use that for that. I haven't seen anything myself, and I don't go on there a lot myself. So I don't know that would help a lot, but I think multiple means, somebody said it before, having multiple ways that people know that they will be receiving information and don't have to go looking for it. I think that's the key. Some way that it is getting sent out. Maybe there can be another attempt at an online sign up for the newsletter and get it in your email if you want it, but also to have some way of having Facebook, having just notifications, something's been posted on the website, things like that. I know that it was mentioned that even the website itself is being looked at and doing some revisions there so people can see things more readily, but multiple means definitely are needed. Thanks.
Thank you.
Kayla, but Joe might say that the Recreation has a Facebook that's up and running. Kayla, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just looking at the time and want to make sure that I got in some of the things that I wanted to say. First, I really want to thank John Rand and Brian Walker for taking the bull by the horns in the initiative on this. And I'd like to thank North Star Planning for sticking with us in their continued partnership. Joining the Community Resilience Partnership is just one of the many steps that Raymond can take to prepare and improve the lives of our citizens. The strategies for actions closely mirror and touch on all 5 listed priority goals and actions of the current draft comprehensive plan. Building a resilient Raymond, protecting the natural and water resources, invest in road improvements, prioritizing walking and biking, and then to strengthen Raymond's sense of community. So based on that and looking at the activity and strategies for action, some of the thoughts that I had on how could Raymond improve in the short term, in the 3 to 5 years mark, is examine our fee structure and offer incentives for eco-friendly features in new builds. I think we should also be exploring solar options for town buildings and then increasing from R1 to many more community gardens around town.
Cool. Thank you so much. Those are great ideas, well aligned. Thanks for your words. I recognize the time too. I welcome folks who haven't stepped up and offered thoughts if they have them on this first half, and then we can just do a quick round or any last thoughts on the second page, which asks for like priority areas. If there's anything that's really bubbling to the top, that's a burning idea that we haven't discussed already, to invite that comment, but I want to be respectful of the big rest of the meeting that you all have. And please come on up. Yeah.
Debbie Tar, Age Friendly Raymond. I'll be quick, but I just wanted to reiterate some of the communication and the need of a shelter for, we ran into that a year ago, April, with our senior center was in the dark for 5 days and nobody really knew about it. And, kind of a combination between a cooling and a shelter. It's really important for them. And they also had a sprinkler pipe break, and then the whole concept of having a dog, and you can't go to the microtel with a dog. And so there are so many different aspects you got to think about. And we've talked, that disaster preparedness, is really top on our list, and having a place. And like this here in Jordan Small won't be available for years, and hopefully they'll have a generator so that we can have a shelter there.
Great, thank you. And I think anything that we would recommend or do in this work would build upon conversations that have already happened. So I appreciate you raising what's either experiences or ideas that have already bubbled up, considerations that are on your mind. So thank you very much. Just to turn to the second page of this worksheet, on the top are 8 areas. These align pretty well with how the state is identifying eligible grants projects and ideas. They've changed their structure for this coming grant cycle from 8 to 7, but they are still largely the same ideas that are noted here. I'll share that I've been hearing climate-ready infrastructure come up, environmental protection emerge, both sort of, I'm really intrigued in your idea around fee structures, or just thinking about how do we use land use practices and incentivize proper best management practices. So that's really interesting. Healthy and resilient people, thinking about those warning systems, cooling centers, education and community engagement. So how do we just make sure that people are aware of either what they can do, what they should be planning for? I think it'd be neat to think both on a property level, at a neighborhood scale, and at a town level. There are different nested points of action, so getting information out there. Municipal building upgrades. So there are a couple here that I think that we've touched on. I'm curious if there are any action areas that seem to be the priorities or a specific action. And then knowing that the Historical Society partners with Casco, are there other places where collaboration with a town would make sense, because that provides access to additional grant funding. So welcome thoughts on any of those ideas. If this box helps you identify what are the top three, but please share.
Go ahead. I like it.
I had written down some thoughts.
Good.
So for 3 action areas, just off the top of my head, I was thinking that EV chargers are a little bit more around town. They're sort of a low-hanging fruit, and there's more incentives that we could maybe even combine with grant funding. My thoughts were sort of Veterans Park or Raymond Beach, a place that's a little bit more central. I know that we have the charger here at Town Hall.
Yeah.
Do we? And we don't have one at the fire department, right? Which I don't think I wouldn't want to do that anyway because of traffic, but so that was just something I was thinking. I already mentioned this, community gardens, so adding the availability of local food. Yeah. Again, I think that's another low-hanging fruit and something that's sort of easy to grasp and attain. And I also think that weatherization and solar, looking into that for town use, is also another sort of easy thing to grasp a hold of. As far as actions with collaboration with neighboring towns, I first went to land acquisition efforts just because environmental protections cross town borders and habitats cross town borders. And I think that we could identify areas that border with other towns and work with them to acquire land and commit that to natural resources.
Awesome. Thank you. That's great. And maybe a question I have that I haven't heard, but I know is in the comp plan, is thinking about public access and whether easements, it could be at a broader regional scale, but also individual parcels. If that feels important to folks, I don't know if we've heard that specifically, but would welcome thoughts on that too.
That is definitely in our comprehensive plan, is to protect easements and add additional easements for public access. And I think that sort of goes along with the land acquisition efforts. I think it's really important that the town work hard to identify areas that we could acquire or maybe petition people to donate.
Super. Great. Thank you.
Matt?
Conservation easements come up, and of course the land trust person has to say something. But I just wanted to mention, as it relates to that, just for awareness, that the town of Casco, your neighbor to the north, is embarking actually this week on an open space plan. It's being facilitated by consultants based in New Hampshire. So the opportunity to think about collaboration in terms of broader natural resource protection, open space planning, et cetera, could be ripe. So just wanted to make you all aware that the Casco is also thinking about that exact concern about public access, land acquisition, conservation, generally speaking. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, not necessarily with grant projects, but just in general, and something that has been visited, and I believe is germane to this conversation because in my opinion, it could be revisited or should be, is environmental impact fees that are built into our land use ordinance that are used with discrimination, but specifically the emphasis being on environmental impacts.
Great. Thank you very much. I think I'm hearing that a couple times, and we could think again holistically about how that might fit into both sort of enhancing and strengthening regulations and also connecting to funding best management practices more holistically. So that's great.
Anyone else?
I'd just like to expand on what Peter said. I brought this up several months ago. impact fees. And I think that's what Peter's referring to, that if we have somebody coming into town to do business or build something, that the impact fees could be generated to help with this kind of resilience planning, whether it's for whatever we decide, but impact fees would be a way to generate the funds, and then those impact fees can be used to take care of some of these actions.
Great.
Whether it's environmental protection or whatever it is.
Is your thought to set it aside for that particular thing rather than just the general fund?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anything we haven't asked that feels really important to share with us, or final ideas on some of these priority action areas? This has been such a generative and really thorough, informative conversation, so thank you all for what you've shared so far. But I just want to offer another round in case there's last ideas.
John.
Real quick, John Rand, 20 Dryadwoods Road. Excellent input from everybody here. Thank you for all that competent knowledge. What comes to mind is hopefully a vision that we could get $75,000 of help from the state of Maine before it goes away, or before some other town grabs it. And that's not a whole lot of dough, and there's some hard infrastructure items here, like big culverts that could chew up $30,000 in a swipe. There's plenty of great planning ideas that we need, that we could invest in Skylar and
North Star.
And
yeah.
North Star,
yeah.
certainly, and that has huge value. And I'd love to see both of those pieces. And then I'm thinking that it would be great to try to save some of the money to help fertilize other groups to do stuff on the list, so that we don't have to chew up our funds on that. And maybe that's other committees that, and maybe the poor folks that'll all be volunteers, and probably most of them are in this room, that would end up doing that stuff. Thinking about more gardens, I know just where to go for that. So that's my thinking. It'd be great, I think, have a nice mix of some good hard infrastructure, some good planning as a significant portion of our investment, but then hopefully, spending some of the money to try to mobilize other groups to help get the other things on here done that we want to do.
Thank you. I really appreciate those ideas, and it brings up just a couple thoughts. One is that, so we actually are working with the city of Bath right now. They received an action grant to help. They developed a climate action plan last year, and we are working specifically with them on a outreach and education campaign, and then setting up like a governance of the plan itself, so that there are people in place to help implement the plan, recognizing that the town is very strapped on capacity. So I think that hearing you sort of elevate the need to fertilize these different groups, there are people who are starting to do this work. There could be committees that we set up, or just a governance system that can help sustain this work moving forward. That's something that we've started to see across the board. So I really appreciate you raising that. And then just on the infrastructure, to note that the Community Resilience Partnership really focuses on planning, design, and engineering, and then you would look to other state pots of funding that are larger to actually do the construction implementation. So that's sort of how we see this grant fitting into that sort of continuum of actions that need to happen related to climate-ready infrastructure. Awesome. Anything else?
Going to John's statement, what I'm hearing is there's a whole planning process. What can the board of the town do? I mean, do we start with a committee to start the process so that we can move relatively quickly towards the funds of 75,000? Because it sounds like it's going to be 6 months or a year down the road, as opposed to, I mean, we have a very active group of people that are very involved in the community. So what's the next step for us to take besides keeping you on board with another grant?
The next step, so first is to approve the, have the resolution at the next select board meeting, and then provide us with the enrollment materials. These are sort of logistics to get enrolled in the program. Then we'll work on writing that grant application over the next 2 months. And I think it would probably be, maybe they would be approved at the end of the year, early next year, for I think up to 18 months. So let's do some real thinking about how to write it in such a way that integrates these priorities, maybe allows some flexibility that we know we want to set up a committee. We can do the work in the grant itself if it's funded to actually figure out who needs to be on that committee, what their charge is, but we could sort of say this is a priority and this is, we are establishing this committee to do a certain number of things. But we can, that's sort of what's worked well with the Bath application was we said what the purpose of this governance group would be, how we would recruit people or figure out who needs to be on the committee, and then they would sort of, from there would be directed as to what their charge would evolve to incorporate. So we can be strategic about how we write the application. And I know that North Star Planning has great experience as well with open space plans. So let's think about what are the town's priorities and lead with that, and then we can go from there about who's the right person to do it. And I just want to make sure that it fits what you all need first, and then hopefully we'll write it in a competitive way that it's funded, and then you can take the next steps from there.
Yeah, agreed. I agree with both Kayla and Peter when it comes to the comp plan. The time and energy that went into that pretty much has resolved a lot of what this town wants. And that's why I asked what's the next step, because the energy's already been put in to what we want.
Which is huge. And I don't think this needs to reinvent the wheel. It is just building upon what you all have established and the work that has happened to date, and trying to, I love your idea, like fertilize, put resources to what those priorities are. And the partners, whether at a land trust or H-Friendly, that are doing that work and are established organizations, to see them and resource them as partners in this work. So there are a lot, I think the hard part will be choosing what we use this application for, but we can try to think about other funding means or ways that you can continue if anything doesn't fit into that grant. The hope is that it's sort of compelling as a story of what we package all together, so we can see what, if anything falls out, where could it fall to, and how do we maintain the momentum.
Thank you.
Yeah. Awesome.
Terrific.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you guys.
That was excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. I did. I kept looking for hands up.
Yeah, and the QR code that
You're all set with your laptop.
Well, the problem is he's sick.
How are you?
We don't vote in executive session, and all we're doing is going over the situation that just brought up last time.
Oh, yeah, you can vote.
So I'm just, we're not, no, we don't vote in executive session.
Well, then, go back and look at the record. That's okay. I agree with you. You should not vote.
He can sit in the other end of the room if you want him.
I think any more input's better. I'm just trying to think. It's at the very end of the meeting. Everyone can leave, and we can meet right here anyway. I'd say, yeah, let's do that. Okay.
I say we voted in the executive session. You don't vote. We have said, does everybody agree with that? Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I looked at the bylaws about executive session, and we can take an informal vote. We can actually take an informal vote.
We do.
We were told we can't vote, but anyway, the mics are on. Move to the next one. Joe, while they're talking and everything, discussion of community events and how to implement them.
Yeah, that was something I think was discussed about last Founder's Day. Put on there, we can table that for.
Let's do that.
Yeah, because.
All right, we're going to continue the meeting, just so everyone knows. Hello? We're going to keep moving. And I'm going to entertain a motion to table the current community events right now, just because of we're actually going to be talking about the school and some other things here. So I think, and plus we just talked about a lot in this presentation with our community and what we'd like. So if someone would like to table to the next meeting?
I don't mind making a motion for that, but we have to wait.
Yeah, I just making, well, yeah, he'd be right out here in a second. I'm just saying from a point of view, keep moving it going. This was excellent, by the way, and I really appreciate everyone's input. It's the only way we're going to move forward is to hear a variety of what's needed and opinions on moving forward. We have to wait for Sam to come back. Unless, Joe, you want to... Yes.
You can vote to table without
Okay. We can, but the next one's going to take let's do that. Let's just move forward with tabling it, because I'm sure he's going to want to keep moving it.
Make a motion to table the discussion, the additional workshop piece of discussion on community events and how to implement them.
I'll give you a second on that.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right. So the new business we talked about in the workshop, which is the resignation of Chris from the Budget Committee to this, when he was elected to the Select Board. And if anyone didn't hear this, from what we can tell, he was the first town employee to be elected to the Select Board, which I think is historic and pretty cool, from a perspective of someone who has the background and knowledge of what we just went through for the last 3 years. And so with that in mind, we had talked, the process is going to be such that, and we'll make it in a motion, but I want to explain it, that we're going to accept his resignation due to his election. We're going to then make a motion to post it to the public for a 30-day notice. Anyone that's interested in replacing or filling in that vacancy for a 1-year term, or actually not even a 1-year term, up until June of next year, when there's a general election for two positions on the Select Board in a last year of that position. And the people that are interested, citizens that may be interested in that situation, that position, I'm sorry, will submit it to the Budget Committee for their consideration. They will then bring it back to the Select Board with their recommendation for who they think is best qualified or best fit for the Budget Committee. Did I miss anything? And then at that stage, it'll be on the next agenda after that. Correct? Is that how we all work? So it's basically, when it comes back to us, they will have told us it'll be posted, but we won't know who the people are who was recommended, so that'll have to come to the meeting. So it's really basically 2 months away. The second month, it'll be the August meeting. I mean, the September's meeting, not the August.
Right.
There you go.
I'll be talking with Chair Lockwood about
Yes.
August 20th, about
Yes.
looking at applications, choosing a candidate.
And it'll be all facilitated through the town manager, not us. Our hands will be off on it until it comes to us in the September meeting. And if someone would like to make that a much more intelligent motion, one we vote to accept, though, the resignation.
Okay, I make a motion to accept the resignation of Chris Hansen from the Budget Finance Committee
Due to his election.
due to his election to the Select Board.
Is that second, Sam?
Yeah.
No, okay. Any discussion? All in favor? And then the next half will be to post.
I think that, I don't know
To
if
do
we
it
have to
alone?
vote on that. I think that's just.
Just because that's in the
Yeah.
ordinances, I think we can just move forward with
Okay.
that, right? Without a motion?
Yeah, you would ask.
So it'd be an action item, yeah. The action item is to post that for at least 30 days and collect that, give it to the Budget Finance Committee to make a choice of candidate.
Joe and I had talked about this, town manager and I had talked about this. One thing that he recommended is some of these things that we just assigned to the clerk, the clerk or the town manager, be a motion, so that makes the minutes. And so people see when they read the minutes that it's part of what happened. And I don't know if it's necessary this time around, but that's the only thing that I thought we're going to try to do a little bit more of. Instead of just assigning a task, we'd make a motion that the town manager or the clerk does this, and then it shows up in the minutes and people know a little bit more. So, I mean, it's just something we talked about, so and that's the only reason I was saying it. But we can move right on, and we can do it from now on. Anyway.
Mr. Chair, right,
Yep, sure, Peter.
Really just ask a question.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So just as far as, has there been any consideration or conversation with the chief code enforcement officer in town now, as far as does he feel there's going to be, because we're here in 60, 90 days, is he going to need any temporary support during that time? Is there any provision to help him out as far as?
Sorry, Peter. So Jay's the new CEO, and then Chris is back to his assistant code enforcement officer.
Yeah, we're talking about the budget committee.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
vacancy created. Chris is not resigning from the town's position.
Yeah.
Well, this is a layover of the last meeting, and we've been working through.
Chris didn't know he resigned, I guess.
Yeah. Well, actually, what we're really trying to do is make it a little bit more transparent in both writing in the minutes as well as the actions we're discussing to move forward with. That's all. And it's all kind of new. As you guys know, I'm 1 year and 1 month and 2 new people. Although Chris has got the background, and certainly Kayla knows. So with that said, we're trying really hard to work our way through it and try to change as we go as little as possible, but make it better. And I'm going to turn the next one over to the town manager for the process on the consideration of warrant a special town meeting to adopt the 2025 Town of Raymond Comprehensive Plan.
Just before that,
No.
did you want to move the liquor license up so Billy could?
I didn't see him come in.
He's not in here? Okay.
No? Oh, is he on Zoom? No, I don't see him.
Okay.
I would have, and I thank you for reminding me because I might have forgotten.
That's
I
all right.
looked around and didn't see him. So we're back on 3B.
So we're back on 3B. So yep, so this is to vote in the comprehensive plan that is currently in draft form for a special town meeting on August 12th, 2025. So we will, if you guys want to move forward with motion that to secure that, and we have a warrant, special town meeting warrant to sign afterwards.
Is there a motion to move with it?
I'll make a motion
For the special town meeting.
to approve a special town meeting of August 12th, 2025, to choose a moderator and also ask the town if they wish to adopt the 2025 Town of Raymond Comprehensive Plan.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Moving forward. Thank you, Joe. Next thing on the agenda is the Vision Committee presentation regarding Jordan. I missed something?
No, I will move over. Oh, yes.
Oh, we'll hand it, yeah. Hand it down.
You guys, Sam's got that. I'm gonna move over to the presentation area.
Thank you, Mel.
Is that it?
I have a question, Joe.
Please.
Is this presentation what that young man was working on earlier?
This was to get into the presentation. So now that we
Gentleman
are,
was on the phone, was dealing with this when I went over.
now that we are in, and of course they
Dealing
changed,
with
with the update, they changed the layout, so I'm trying to figure out how to present this.
What we're about to see.
Yeah.
He was working on the computer.
Yeah, there we go.
All right,
you sign that
so
warrant?
can that be seen from the
Did you sign the warrant?
video? Perfect.
Did one come up? Did I sign?
Didn't he hand you something?
And I do have Grace and Lori and Sue here, part of the committee, if there's any
Oh, there.
questions. But I was asked to present because Peter is working at a camp this week, so will present this. So this is a presentation on the JSMS Visions Committee work that they've completed. The committee presentation of charge was from April 14th, 2025 to June 16th, 2025.
There you go.
So a little bit of the introduction. The report was developed based on the work completed by the JSMS Vision Committee from conception to conclusion with a successful handoff to the Select Board, who in turn will hand it off to the JSMS Build and Development Committee. So that would be the next phase. So this was the initial phase. The conception of this, the charge of the JSMS Vision Committee was coming up with the conceptual ideas on how the Jordan Small Middle School building could be used when it is given back to the town of Raymond, tentatively scheduled for August of 2027. Looking at uses over the next 10 to 15 years, this committee will not be taking into account the feasibility nor cost. These will be for a subsequent committee, which will be made up of people with expertise such as engineers, builders, tech, finance, etc., and will report recommendations to the Select Board. So that was the general charge of this committee. And after the applicants were chosen, we have Peter Lockwood, the chair, Lori Wallace was our secretary, Sue Accardi, Deborah Clark, Kayla Gonzalez, Grace Levitt, Debbie Tarr from Age Friendly Raymond, Richard Dow, Raymond Village Library, Mel Fernald, Town Clerk, Nathan White, Public Works, and myself, Town Manager. That was our committee. Thank you to everyone who sat on that committee. The mission statement for the JSMS Vision Committee, so this was kind of encompassing the overarching plan of why we're doing this. The Vision Committee is tasked with identifying potential uses for the Jordan Small Middle School, utilizing information gathered via the draft 2025 Raymond Comprehensive Plan, and input from the community and town departments, including library, parks, and recreation town office. So that's kind of the broad overview of our mission. We looked back at the comprehensive plan survey results when asked about the future uses of JSMS building. This was what was presented. Number 1, community center with 303 results, recreation with 258 results, 3rd, library with 171 results, 4, town hall 139 results, and 5, daycare with 104 results. We thought this was a great indication of kind of the pulse of where the town wanted to see this building. This was done during it was open for anyone, but it was during one of our basketball days at Jordan Small. So we captured a bunch of young families and grandparents coming in and a bunch of people. So this was something that was created, a vision and mission for the Raymond Community Center. So the committee felt it good to have 2 different separate statements here. So the vision for the Raymond Community Center: residents and visitors of all ages will have expanded opportunities for learning, well-being, social connection, and civic engagement. And then the mission for the Raymond Community Center: the Raymond Community Center will foster community connections, provide resources, programs, services, meeting space, and technology in a safe, welcoming, accessible environment. Specific offerings will align with the needs, goals, and aspirations of the community as identified in the draft 2025 Raymond Comprehensive Plan. So that's kind of the overarching themes that we would like to see in that community center. Summary and recommendation. This is a recommendation of the JSMS Vision Committee that the first and foremost, JSMS should be a community center. With that, we also recommend that the Parks and Recreation, the library, and the Town Hall offices should be moved to the new refurbished JSMS building. The committee thought it'd be good to have a clear, defined message for the next committee to come in and decide what to do, but this was what was determined by the end of the committee's findings. Any questions up to this point? Okay. Also, the committee did tours of community buildings. So April 22nd, we met with Bill Hanson. He's the facilities director of RHU 14, and he took us behind the scenes of Jordan Small Middle School, so we got to see a bunch of the oil tank, fuel tank, water heaters, networks. It was in depth. It was great to see the inner workings, and the school is in really good shape. We then decided to take some tours of other municipal office facilities that we have. So we visited on April 28th, took the minibus and went down to Town Hall, built the District 1, East Raymond Library, East Raymond Library, Raymond Village Community Church, Safety Building, District 2 Village, District 2 Village, Raymond Public Safety Building. So we toured all those buildings to see what is currently being used for municipal facilities. April 30th, we took a in-depth tour of Gorham Municipal Center. So that was with Sydney Hazelton, the Parks and Rec director, but they had a similar I guess, situation that we're in, where a school building became vacant and they moved their offices in there. They then developed in phases the superintendent's office, code enforcement office, clerk's office, and town meeting chambers. So we got to see that, and it was a good way to see over the 20 years how they got to that point. May 9th, the committee went to Westbrook Community Center to visit with Greg Post, Director of Parks and Recreation there. That is a school that has been transferred into community center and other, I guess, rental possibilities and outside organizations using it. So not a full-fledged municipal facility like was proposed for our committee, but still a good vision of how they got to that point. May 12th, the second tour of JSMS for those who could not attend, April 22nd, and then the Wyndham Middle School Development Committee, our chair, Pete Lockwood, talked with Barry Tibbetts, the Wyndham Town Manager, about their similar trajectory into their middle school that will be vacant as well. So Peter got some good information out of that. The next part was the information gathering. We gathered wish list and floor plans. We got wish lists from the library, technology, town hall, code enforcement, and parks and recreation. So this was kind of looking at the footprint and put in the bells and whistles, everything that you could imagine that you would want to fit in there, with no limitations. So what Peter did and the board, the committee, they took what is currently being used for square footage for the department facilities and then kind of compared it to the wish list with the building square footage. So you see the broadcast studio, we have a current square footage of 1,468. And then with what they put in their wish list, it'd be 270, I can't, sorry guys, 2,752 square feet. So library is 2,609 current, and then with the wish list was 13,426, but with an asterisk, which is also could be used multi-departmental use. So that 13,000 could be probably divvied up in a few other departments as well, as far as the possible use. Parks and Recreation, our current square footage is kind of various. Right now we're leasing out the Raymond Village Church, and then most of our other facilities are outdoor. So there's no clear square footage on that, but with what we put down, it'd be 8,542 with just the kind of the possible daycare childcare, offices, stuff like that, and then you include the gym, which is 8,800 square feet. So combined, roughly over 16,000 square feet. Then there's community space, kind of unknown, and then with the wish list was 3,000 square footage of possible use. And then there's the basement and unclaimed. So in total, with the gym, Jordan Small Middle School's roughly 40,000 square feet of usable space. So again, I think it was a good kind of study on what we currently have versus what could potentially be put into that facility. Information gathering continued. The floor plans were broken out for the departments of what is currently being used for facilities, and then wish list was given to the Jordan Small Committee based on surveying their patrons and department needs. So a lot of the surveys were put out as well, one with the library, one with Parks and Rec, kind of gathering what their constituents might want to see in there. So this was kind of the breakdown of those numbers. This was a square footage breakdown of what is currently town hall, not up to date as far as where those walls are and everything like that. It's kind of been reconfigured, but there is Nathan went in and measured everything out, and Melissa put it into kind of a key to look at all the current spaces for departments in there. This was a master kind of vision with the committee where multiple uses where that list was given of what they wanted to go into was put into this drawn and kind of overlapped and color coded. So it's probably hard to see right now. Maybe on a computer it can be blown up and kind of broken down, but we found a lot of multi-use, kind of multi-departmental use for areas and things like that. So that was just a general kind of rough where to put departments and what their wish list was. This was a brainstorming list that was created, and then a prioritization was kind of voted on with the committee. So with that, it was kind of prioritized high, medium, low. Again, it's kind of hard to judge priority, but I think it was kind of based off what those survey results were and kind of discussions with the department heads on where they would like to see things. So that was a list. Peter then organized it kind of by priority and kind of gave some notes of what those ideas were.
Can I ask a question on this?
Yeah, of course.
Did these numbers line up with these room numbers?
No, and
So-
even the priority it's just kind of roughed in. So yeah, no correlation. There is some crossover though. Of course, like I think the medical closet I think is in there in that wish list, but not everything is kind of coded to that map.
I'm sure that the next level, they'll number all the rooms so that when they talk about taking a wall out, it'll be between 1 and 2 or 5 and 8 or whatever, just to make it easier for people to.
Right.
I like this. I think this is great. I just was wondering if the numbers were associated.
Yeah, we didn't get that far into the
Okay.
details.
Thank you. I like it.
So there's some of our summary and recommendations from the committee. As a recommendation of the JSMS Vision Committee that a couple of people from this committee should also be included in the Building Development Committee in order to act as liaisons to assist with continuity from this committee to the next and to help explain the vision they created. Another key summary that they want to express was a more focused survey of the community's needs of the items listed from the priorities list. The JSMS Vision Committee recommends that an extensive town survey should be developed and presented to the people of Raymond. The JSMS Vision Committee recommends that the current Raymond Village Library, if it becomes vacant, then it could become the new home for the food pantry, medical closet, possibly a thrift shop. Close proximity to the village center is preferred and is located adjacent to the community garden, where excess produce could be donated to the food pantry. I think a recurrent theme was with these vacant municipal facilities is kind of repurposing them for maybe some of these other needs as well that might not fit into the Jordan Small building. The JSMS Vision Committee recommends that if the current town hall becomes vacant, that the building could be used for overflow for community center ideas that do not physically fit within existing JSMS building. The JSMS Vision Committee recommends that once the current broadcast studio is vacant, that this building should be removed. It has served the purpose originally intended. It has outlived its usefulness. This could be also upgraded for parking, or parking to different areas. The JSMS Vision Committee recommends that existing artwork created by the students and faculty should be retained as part of the history of the Jordan Small Middle School. And then business incubators, a model to help startup companies and entrepreneurs. The building could employ the business incubator model, generating revenue for space rentals and for developing Raymond-based businesses. So those are some of the summary recommendations, and there's a few more. The JSMS Vision Committee, at its conception, felt like there is a certain urgency to complete our work so that the next committee will be able to start the work, hopefully with the same enthusiasm and sense of urgency. The committee recommends that the building committee begin meeting as soon as September 2025. And then the Vision Committee recommends that an information table be provided by the November vote so many of the Raymond townspeople can have an overview of the future JSMS Community Center. And then they also recommend that as the JSMS building is transformed to a community center, that promotion and marketing of the new facility and programs should be delivered to the townspeople of Raymond. So those are some of the bulleted points. And in conclusion, as the JSMS Vision Committee got underway, the enthusiasm for this project became an energy of its own. I can attest to that. It was definitely a sprint, not a marathon, within 2 months. The volunteers and staff members were engaged, and you can see the excitement as the creative juices flowed freely. Doing the tours of our existing town facilities and also the Warren Municipal Center, along with the Westbrook Community Center, inspired us with great possibilities. This new Raymond Community Center will be a great new asset to a growing and vibrant town with much to offer. As this project develops, it is with pleasure that we pass along ideas and look forward to continuing this important work. That is the conclusion of that presentation. If we have some committee members too, if they want to answer questions.
Yeah. Thank you to all the committee members. Well done. Grace?
Thanks, Grace Levitt Road. Thank you, Joe, for going through the presentation. I just would like to emphasize a couple of things and also add one thing in that didn't occur to our committee during the months we were meeting. If you recall, it was cooler, wet weather then. And it occurred to me, was it last week? I can't remember the day, that it was 100-something degrees and we were all melting. But it's also been mentioned many times this evening here in other discussions to have a cooling center as well as part of the emergency shelter. So I just want to interject that right now before I forget it yet again. And just emphasize a couple of things, that it really was a pretty strong sentiment from the committee members that someone from this, and I'm not suggesting who it be, certainly not the person at the microphone right now, be on that next committee to help be sure that the discussions that the visioning committee had are well understood, and just kind of to help transition to the next thing, as well as to emphasize that hopefully the work gets underway with that next committee as soon as possible, because that work is the real detailed work and will take a long time. For the visioning committee that met weekly, was pretty remarkable, and the chair, Pete Lockwood, I can't thank him enough. He's got a whole notebook to pass on to the next committee with all the documentation and thoughts there too to help with that work, but to at least begin to figure out the details, because despite what was said earlier in another part of our meeting this evening, we could be using part of, if not most of that building right away once the school is done with it and has had a chance to move out of it what they're taking with them. Some of the building has been kept up, certainly by the RSU, and so many parts of that building will be ready to use right away. It won't take 3 years for some of the things that we're envisioning for that building. So the sooner that the next committee gets underway and figures out what parts do need renovation or change or whatever, and what the costs may be for any of these ideas, and what ideas the select board wants to see going forward, as well as the town, the better. I would just emphasize that. And I don't know if there's anyone else from the committee that wants to point something out as well, but it was really quite a number of good discussions that we had. So thank you again for presenting.
Progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. I couldn't agree more with everything you said. I'm right on the same page, and I hope that we have comp plan committees as well as this committee. The more overlapping of committees we have in the direction of this town, the more fluidity, if that's a right word, will continue to move us forward. Kayla, you probably have, would you like to say something?
Yes. So I would really like to thank all the committee members. I found this to be a particularly interesting committee. I think your dedication really shone through. You went above and beyond, in my opinion, and I also think that Mr. Lockwood is very thorough and incredibly organized. And it's great to have the sort of volunteer group that we do have in this community, and that's evident every time I step into a room with other members. There are many possibilities for the school, and I look forward to seeing what becomes of our beloved school.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No.
Anyone? Oh, go ahead, Sean. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Sean McKell up 84 Main Street. Just kind of curious, I wasn't able to watch all the meetings. Did the committee happen to talk about what the uses of the buildings like the library and town hall might be after the fact, or is that not something that you had covered as a visioning committee, where you just focused on the actual school itself?
Joe or Keela? Go ahead.
Sean, I don't mind answering that, as I was actually part of that committee. So yes, they did make suggestions in the recommendations, such as if the library does become vacant, using that for a food pantry or medical closet due to its proximity to the village. Just as one example.
Excellent. Good. Just curious, nothing earth-shattering, just want to know. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Okay. I think, Wayne, there's no issues with the renewal license, and I don't think there's anything in the ordinance that says the owner has to be here for us to approve the license where it's being renewed, 10, 12 years after he started. So I'll only ask Wayne if there's something that's come up or anything we should know about as a board. Other than that, I'd just soon move forward with the renewal of the license.
So, Mr. Chairman, yeah, we did the inspection. There was a couple of small items that we have in our report that we would ask you to have as conditions of your approval for the liquor license.
All right.
What are those? I'm not sure. Do we have that?
No, whenever they say minor, they usually make, it's pretty minor. So I never really make a big deal of it. They are very thorough. But Wayne, it's a good question. What is minor?
So what they had is a little bit of grease buildup in the grease hood, not enough to cause us concerns at the time of the inspection, but we did ask that they continue the weekly cleaning of the filters of the grease hood. And then the other thing was some combustible and flammables stored in the hot water heater closet that needed to be removed from that space.
Thank you. Brian?
I'm in no way, Brian Walker, Rolfe Road, I'm in no way contending Bill's menu or liquor license, because he does a great job. But I did notice it said, do you have a food menu? And it says no.
The questionnaire I had questions on, because it's the first time I've seen this kind of detail from the questionnaire. And I'm sure they have this on a regular basis. So Melanie could probably answer that question more than me, and I was curious. I mean,
I've had some very good lobster rolls.
Yeah.
Are we talking about the
application copy, the questions and answers?
So that is a printout from the state's new database system. That's why it looks different than it used to. It's been in effect just over a year now, so that's what you will see going forward.
And I'm sure it was new to Bill, too. Well, I looked at it and said, this is all new. I'm going to be asking, I was going to actually give you a call, but this is just an interesting thing. Wayne, who was going to say something here?
Yeah, so a comment on the question about the food. What happened at this facility is they used to have inside dining space, and now all of their dining is outside under the tent or takeout. So they have a special permit with the liquor license for the outside dining area, and because they have no inside dining, I think that's why the question was answered that way.
Thank you. And it was good to know. I mean, when I read through this, I said, this is really into some details I hadn't seen before. So thank you to Melody for explaining it. I think I'll entertain a motion if someone would like to.
I'll make a motion to approve the liquor license for Fisherman's Catch LLC pending all recommendations made by the fire department, pending that they are all addressed.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor? Thank you. Well, that brings us up to the public comment.
Levitt to Levitt Road, just a request as far as a future agenda item, and it would be consideration or a discussion as to whether or not the town should consider rejoining the Greater Portland Council of Government. And I don't know if there's anyone on the board at this time that recalled, because we were a member, and then we weren't a member. Actually, the 2004 comprehensive plan was supported by GP-COG. They actually functioned as our advisory. I wasn't on that committee, but GP-COG actually had people available and help us with that. And I will just tell you, although North Star did an excellent job of representing and helping us out with this current draft plan, it did not come at a cheap price. And so I had mentioned at another meeting previous to this, at least a consideration, because what I have found is that some of the benefits that come from being a member of that organization, and most of the municipalities in our region are members of that organization, are the such things as assistance with planning. Interestingly enough, just 6 months ago, there was an article in the paper about 3 communities in our area that actually all belong to GP-COG, and traffic studies that were done for road safety, and those studies were funded through GP-COG getting the grants done. So when we're talking about writing grants and having grant writers, I mean, I think that that's all in the comprehensive plan as a recommendation to the town. But if I look at what it costs annually to belong to that organization and the potential discounts and benefits and added support for the town that we get, I think it would at least be worth a discussion at this board level. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Grace?
Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. I joked with Peter prior to the meeting that, so what is the gift that you give your wife for the 47th wedding anniversary? It's our anniversary today. An agenda to a select board meeting. But seriously, three things. Sorry, I know I've made the joke before that this is our date night, but communication about the new transportation that's going to be available. I'm not sure when that service will start. I know it was passed in the vote, and how it will be broadly communicated to the town at large as far as the availability of that. Just a question to raise. Hopefully it's in the works. I will always bring up traffic calming. I have not seen the signs that we're going to be moved around to different parts of the town that we're saying, you know, reduce your speed or whatever. I just haven't seen them, so I don't know where they may be, but I hope that they are being moved around to different parts of the town, as I believe that was stated before. And also just to alert folks, if you want to go online to the Maine Monitor, there's an excellent, very detailed, lengthy article about the new Wyndham Raymond Middle School being built, and goes into details on the funding, et cetera, that can explain it. If anybody has questions about that, it's a really good article. I would encourage people to look for that. And I'll just repeat, as I've said before, we are very fortunate to be getting that new middle school for our kids. It's going to be an amazing facility, and the timing was just really lucky that it happened when it happened. So again, it was also in the Portland Press Herald. Okay, well, I read the Maine Monitor article, but in any case, again, it's good information about that for folks that wanted to read up on anything about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Anyone else from the public? Frank?
Hi, Debbie Tarr, Age Friendly Raymond. I did talk to Don Libby, is it, from RTP last Thursday, and we've got the ball rolling. He's going to get the postcards made up. He's going to drop some flyers at my house, and I'll distribute them to all the businesses. And he's shooting for August 4th to get it up and going. That's a Monday. And he also mentioned the possibility of maybe having a day to transport people for grocery shopping for free. So that's a big need in Raymond, to get people to the grocery store, and if it was free, that would be wonderful. And so there are plans in the works.
Thank you, Debbie. Frank?
Frank McDermott again. The new service. I would suggest that the town's technology group make a video showing how it works. Maybe following somebody on 2 or 3 different trips, so that people know exactly how to use it, how to get a hold of it, what it does, what it doesn't do. I don't think it would be that difficult to do. That way people could go online, see it, and know how the program works, so that they could take advantage of it. If in fact we ever do go back to the Bridgeton-Portland bus, I would suggest the same kind of video, that you may follow 3 or 4 or 5 people who take that bus and go and do different things along the stops, whether it's in Wyndham or in Portland, or using the public transportation in Portland to get other areas. I think it would help boost the ridership, if in fact we do go back to it, which I hope we do. By the way, it was a wonderful meeting tonight. You did yourselves well.
Thank you, Frank. Anyone else? I'll make one comment about the public comment. I read the bylaws, and a lot of times the select board will interact with comments from the public. And actually the bylaws say that we don't do that. We allow the public to speak. If there's questions, the town manager can answer during his presentation, or we can answer when we have our select board comments. That'll really move the process along if we're not engaging in everything that someone says in the public. So just letting you know that's what the policy says. So selectmen comments. Kayla? No. Sorry,
so I do have a little bit of a response to the GP COG. With my copious amounts of time that I've spent as an employee for the town, well, it's not copious, but with Don Willard, I should say. I know he's given me a reason several times, and I think it had to do with cost versus benefit at the time, but it's something that him and I had discussed many times over my tenure at Raymond, that's something that can be revisited on occasion to see if it is worth being a partner or a member of JPCOG and what we get out of that. So I think it's very important to always reconsider things and decisions that have been made in the past to see if they make sense at the time. I would like to say happy anniversary. Thank you for spending it with us. And then I'd also like to use my time, actually before I forget, Frank, I think that's a good idea about the video of the new service, and I'm also wondering if that's not possible, maybe having a volunteer or a buddy that is willing to take people on their first trip. Doing something new is always, you know, hard and scary, so having someone that's done it and say, look, I'll sit down with you, we'll set this up, I'll ride with you the first time or two. Just another idea, because I think that's great that you're thinking of that. So I would also like people to know a little bit of update about the RSU. At the school board's June 4th meeting, the board voted to move forward with a bell-to-bell ban on cell phones, and that joining a growing list of communities in Maine and across the nation. Back in March, I did express my support of this action to the board, where I stated my concern for the negative impact that cell phone use has on children, in addition to research that has found even taking 10 seconds to respond to a text can lead to a refocus effort of up to 20 minutes. At the Raymond Elementary School, an HVAC system is being installed, and this will provide much needed air conditioning. Middle school construction continues to be under budget and on time, with an opening date of August 2027. I know Grace has already mentioned that. Yesterday in the Portland Press Herald, there was an article highlighting the rising costs of replacing middle schools. And there's also a live video camera feed if anybody wants to see the progress. A link can be accessed on the RSU homepage.
Comments? Anything? Chris?
I have a couple. I think looking at GP-COG is a great idea. I remember several years ago when Raymond started, I think Sam was one of the committee members of the Raymond Revitalization Committee with me, and we used the services of Carolyn Paris, who was from GP-COG, and she was a great asset to help us make up brochures and bring businesses into Raymond at a time when we had an unbelievable amount of vacancies. Raymond was a ghost town, and that really helped revitalize the community, and her efforts and that organization was great help to the town of Raymond. I also think that we should take a look at Maine Municipal Association and the services that they provide. I've had some discussions with Joe about this, and I think that it's time to look at their services, what the costs are to be a member. I think we're one of only a few towns that aren't members, and the benefits are training at much reduced rates, insurance premiums that are probably better than what we have now. So I think it's something we should look at. I think the fees to be a member are much less than what I thought they were. So I think that at some meeting in the near future, we should look at that and have maybe Joe do a little.
I've been in favor of that for years.
And you know, I just think we just need a little bit of a presentation from somebody, maybe Joe, or I don't want to throw you under the bus, but it may be you, or I can help you do that, and you know, make a presentation as to, or invite them here to talk about what they offer and what services they have and what benefits the town could get.
I think that would be great.
Thank you, Chris. Actually, you probably have noticed a little difference in the tenure here, or whatever the word is, the tone, the atmosphere. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say something. I had a few people ask me questions that normally don't call me. And they asked if it was legal for Chris as an employee to be a selectman, and I said absolutely. And they asked about our vote, and I said, let me explain something. Chris Hansen would be more than competent as a chair or vice chair. Our feeling was it would put him in a compromising situation to be the boss of his boss as an employee of the town. And it's the only reason that didn't happen. You know, there's so much going on in this town, and I pretty much begged 2 years ago for both Kayla and Chris to be involved and actually get into this position, and neither one of them wanted my help. I was going to even endorse them, and Chris said point blank, we agree on a lot of things, but not on everything. I'm not going to be a yes man. I said, that's just why I want you to run. I want people in here, and you care about the community, and that's what we need, Chris. And I did the same thing with Kayla. I said, you, from the comp plan, you can be a great selectman. Both of them are probably much better at what I'm doing as chair than I would be. But the reality is, 3 new people within a year. New town manager, taking a look at all the policies. It's going to be long and many hours, and we've had 2 committees that have set an example for us. I think the comprehensive plan was one that I watched eagerly. And now that we have a chance to actually look at what Sam said, which is the people's agenda, I'm really excited. And I'll tell you, the first year I wasn't excited at all. And none of those 3 years on the budget committee is what I'd call vacation time. And we're hoping to move forward, and that the engagement from the citizens become more and more at these meetings. And so with that said, I'll turn it over to the town manager for his, Chris, go ahead.
I don't want you to forget the planning board and the appeals board and the other boards that have a long-standing reputation of doing great work for the town of Raymond. We have great committees.
Yep.
And I agree with you on the newer committees, but our existing committees do a great job.
That's well said. I wasn't trying to I absolutely love all of our committees. And we don't have vacancies. We used to have vacancies. We don't. And so, I mean, I know we're repeating a few things here, but it's an exciting time because this town is special, more special than most people know. When someone like Chris says he's in his forever home and I'm in my forever home, that's what we want, is people that are here long-term saying what's best for the town. And I think we're in that route. And it just so happens we have a new town manager and we're hoping everything works out for all of us, or we wouldn't be up here. So, and you're right, Chris. I even said, why don't we have pictures of the boards in the annual report so that instead of names, we can actually see who our neighbors are, who are doing the work. And I hope to see the annual report be a yearbook of who we are and what we're about. And so with that last statement, I'll turn it over to Joe.
We're going to have an inspiring future here.
Thank you, Sam. I think you're right.
Everybody.
Had to follow that, Joe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't know we're giving speeches. Okay. No, it was great. Well said. So I'll go with my updates and we can go into the next meetings and holidays and stuff like that. So start off with public safety. New Squad 38 truck is in final inspection. It'll be a final inspection at the end of the month, so that's long awaited. I think it's been a 4-year adventure for Bruce. So that's quickly coming to an end. They're excited to have that. They constructed a new room for the duty officer. Bruce just wants to thank everyone involved in helping, but especially Brian Blanchard, who took the lead coordination of that project. So that's I know he's got a lot of crew members that are taking different leads and getting projects and a bunch of things done at the firehouse. So it's great to see. Public Works, they're starting work on the 4-way intersection at Ganderbrook. So it'll be 2 weeks until they can activate those signs. So they've started that right now. Also, Public Works is going to be putting out the speed trailers out next week. So they'll be rotating that and collecting data. So it's on Nathan's schedule that he's going to rotate those and get data for us about speeding in these areas. For Parks and Rec, I'll start off with something Chair allowed me to present to everybody and kind of tough to convey, but one of our young staff members tragically just lost her father over the weekend. And looking for anyone that might want to add support or help. Riley, our new Parks and Rec director, has some avenues if you do wish to help this young staff member. You can email her at Riley, RILEY .Sylvia, SILVIA @RaymondMaine.org. So if you email Riley, she can help kind of direct you in ways that could help this person. Also, at the end of the year, Parks and Rec does kind of a fiscal year revenues of what they brought in. That's through Tasseltop, Parks and Rec programs, everything like that. So we had another huge jump. We increased 27% in our revenues from last year. FY24, we're at $280,000, and This year closed out FY25, we're at $383,000. So we jumped up significant. That's due to Riley, adding her as assistant Parks and Rec director, and an after-school program, and a bunch of other programs that have grown as well. And Tasseltop, of course, increasing their capacity and revenues there. So another big leap forward for Parks and Rec. That's all I have for those department updates, and we have confirmed our August 12th regular meeting.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was hoping that you would bring up some of the ideas that both Derek, Ray, and I brought to you about utilizing Tasseltop.
Oh, yes.
The last weekend and before school. Remember I said if there's any way possible we could do.
Yes.
It's a long line of Frank McDermott's been talking about Founder's Day. So I talked to Derek, and Derek said he had had a conversation with the town manager, and what I proposed, I was kind of hoping you'd bring it up because it's August, coming right up.
Yeah, it's been a bunch of things kind of talked about with that. I know Founder's Day is going to be a bigger, that would be a
We
big,
can't do it this year, I know.
Right, but we did talk about maybe a volunteer day at Tasseltop Park where Derek can bring in some of his floats and stuff like that. So I believe he's working with Riley or Parks and Rec crew. I know we're going to quickly add a couple more staff members there as well that can help her out. So I think that's been discussed, but nothing finalized.
But the concept was, we invested $500,000 in Tasseltop. And I said, why can't we have one weekend before school starts where the weekend is for town of Raymond residents and taxpayers to go down and see the work, have a community where the kids go down and play, and it's reserved just for us. And I think it's legal, we brought that up. And then I was talking to Derek, and he said, I've got a floating pickleball thing we can put up, and he was excited. He said he was going to touch base with Joe. Now, it may be short notice, but the concept is it's a facility we take care of, just like Raymond Beach, and yet many citizens haven't even been down there. And if it was a weekend, and maybe it doesn't work for this year because it's already July, but
and we still have September that we can use it as well, and that's probably an easier time, less tourists. So
the only reason I brought it up is because I was hoping that it would be on your.
Yeah, it's not on my direct radar, but I know. I think Riley and
she was sitting here, so I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask Riley if?
I actually raised it because I thought you were here to maybe talk about it. I had my fingers crossed, but.
Yeah, so pretty much one of our big community events that we're doing this year is the UCAN 5K. So that we're bringing back. It's been gone for about probably 7 years. So that's something that we're bringing back this year. So we are trying to incorporate somewhat of a community event. We're working with public safety to see kind of the logistics of that and how much parking area we can use, but we would look to hopefully have some food trucks, bounce houses, kind of make it a big community event after. And obviously you don't have to run to be a part of that. We need a ton of volunteers too for the event, so that is one thing we're looking to do. And like Joe had said with the volunteer day, we have we have almost 100 volunteers for Parks and Rec, but also maybe people who have volunteered on boards can also join in on that event. But yeah, I do like the idea of kind of like showcasing what we've done at Tasseltop, because you're right, like a lot of people haven't been down there, but so many people from other towns do go. So if that is something we wanted to incorporate this year, maybe tying that into the UCAN and maybe making that, we're moving from the UCAN to that in the afternoon kind of thing, because it's September 6th. So like Joe said, it's kind of like out of that busy season, but the community's kind of already together in the morning. So maybe we kind of move it thereafter. So that's definitely something we can look into.
Thank you.
I knew she had a plan.
Well, it was running late. I was, Anyway, thank you. Sorry to interrupt the whole process.
Thank you for the update, Ryan. So we'll confirm dates for the upcoming meetings. August 12th, I'll have a regular meeting, and we'll also have the public hearing on comp plan and special town meeting to accept a comprehensive plan. So that's August 12th. September 9th be our regular meeting, and then the upcoming holiday closings will be Labor Day, which is Monday, September 1st. So we're already, town office is usually closed that day anyway.
And those are both second Tuesdays of the month?
Those are, yes, I believe those are both second Tuesdays.
Kayla?
Mr. Chair, I just want to let you know that I have a work conflict for September 9th.
Okay.
That's all I have.
We move it to Wednesday or the following Tuesday? It's September. Be better to move it to the following
I don't
Tuesday?
think you can do Wednesday because of
The
there's a
bylaws.
meeting. Yeah, there's already a meeting, I believe, on Wednesday.
Okay.
And you certainly don't have to move it. I just wanted to bring it to your attention in case that was a desire.
Yeah, but you can't even zoom in if it's business, if it's work. Yeah. Derek?
I may or may not be able to make that same meeting, so.
I don't have a problem in moving it to the next Tuesday. We've got so much stuff going, we can put a work session in between. Chris, you have any problem if we moved it out, or
No.
you, Joe?
Let me just check the meeting calendar real quick, just to make sure.
What's the date of the next one?
It'd be the 16th,
16th of
September.
September, okay.
There's currently nothing on the 16th.
Currently nothing, okay.
16th?
Yeah, works for me.
Derek? 16th?
I believe so. I'd have to check, but I'm pretty sure the 16th is better than the 9th for me as well.
No. I think it's tentative, and we'll get back to you if there's any issue as we firm it up, but I like that. Would we like to put on the agenda right now for the workshop for at least finishing? Here's what I'd like to do again, is to finish up the very bylaws and policies that the select board works under, and then the vision that we talked about, which would allow each selectman to speak on perhaps what their goals are when they ran and what we're hoping to accomplish. Derek?
Yeah, is that a question
Yeah,
for me?
if we set up a workshop between August and September, because, well, we can do it between, but I'm just thinking, it's already July 7th. Do we want to do it between July and August? Is there any dates?
I can tell you that from now until September 16th is
Crazy.
And then I just got an entire week knocked out of work from this.
Oh,
So,
true.
I'm more than behind.
All right, let's move it, let's have it just before the next meeting. I really think that we ought to have a meeting on the
Just have it.
bylaws and policy, even
Want
if
to do it
it's
at 5 o'clock before the
before the 9th, before the 12th?
the 12th.
There's a lot of things that we're tweaking that we know we haven't been following as a board. So is that too early?
That could be a lot on our plate for August 12th. We could
'Cause we have
also
a special
consider,
meeting.
we could also consider a workshop before the September 16th meeting.
I'm not opposed to doing it because we're going to be heavy in, I mean, there's a lot of Budget and Finance Committee ordinance and the changeover to try to empower. Let's do September and enjoy the summer before we go crazy. Let's have Derek, if we did a 5 o'clock before the September meeting, if it works out the 16th, would you be opposed to coming in for that hour early? And maybe we could make that select board meeting 6:30 and simply have that time to get a couple things ironed out. We've noticed, before you came on, we noticed many things on the budget select board policy and procedure that we haven't been following as a board. And even the notice on the agenda, we're trying to tweak a little bit. So, we should probably have that all ironed out before we go into budget process and everything else. Would you be opposed to a 5 o'clock and a start on that September meeting of 6:30, giving us an hour and a half?
Yeah, I'm in my truck in the parking lot, so I don't have anything
Oh,
in front of me to be able
okay.
to check, but I don't
Okay.
think it's a problem.
All right, let's just plan on it and then go from
Tentatively
there.
put
So
it
we'll
in.
tentatively put 5 o'clock on that meeting, 5, and then that select board meeting will move to 6:30. I wouldn't mind leaving at 6:30 personally, but that, that's another whole story. Okay, thank you, Derek. And then with all that said, I think the next one is the executive session. And thank you all for coming in and your input tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy anniversary.
Yeah.
Hold on, you need
Hey
a
guys,
motion to enter into.
I'm going
executive-
to,
Yes, we have-
I'm gonna come in as soon as everyone leaves.
Yeah, thank you, Derek.
I'm going to leave.
Yep,
Recuse myself again.
you might as well make the motion, I'll second it.
Okay, so I make a motion to move into I make a motion to move into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056E.
I asked Frank already.
Second.
I'll second that.
Second,
Yep.
and discussion?
I think
Yep.
you have.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
no,
recuse myself.
discussion would be for you to recuse
I'm
yourself.
recusing myself, conflict.
Yep. All right.
All
So
right.
moved.
So,
We'll wait
I-
until Derek comes in. He can sit out, way out there. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to come out of executive session.
Sure, I'll second.
All in favor? And then the next one.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? That was a long meeting.
Nailed it.
That one was almost as long as the meeting.
It's an open town meeting or a ballot. That commitment, generally, the assessor, the contract assessor, gives the select board a range of where it could be if it generated no more money from taxes, and a higher range of how much, and typically that's what I understood usually is $100,000 per nickel of the tax rate. So to get to my point, when we say that we're going to use $700,000 from the undesignated fund balance to lower this year's tax rate per $1,000, we're actually saying to the citizens, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Willard, because we've had this discussion many times before, again with Chairman Bruno in
address
towns
comments
past.
to the chair, not to the,
I'm just making a comment to the august body here assembled, including, and I'm sorry, Karen, for not including you as the present chair of the Budget Finance Committee, that we're saying to the citizens of the town of Raymond, we're taking your old tax money that we overtaxed you on, and we're going to bring it forward this year, $700,000, to lower the tax rate, so that now it's $700,000, where years ago it was $100,000, $200,000. So it appears to the average citizen like myself that we're, as it was said before, it's kind of like a gimmick of saying to the people of the town of Raymond, we're keeping your taxes low, but we're keeping your taxes low based on the taxes we already took from you from years past.
as I say, some of that fund is from there, some of it is from increased revenues from one, and we also still have, there's still some funding that's in there from the settlement that we did on the environmental issue. So it's not all increase, it's not all direct money that came.
And as I recall, excuse me, Rolf, but the settlement that we made on the lakefront property violation actually was a wash. The town of Raymond lost money on that deal. It wasn't an adequate deal. We ended up paying more in legal and fees and ongoing commitment to have to watch that lake frontage. So in a way, bringing that up is, again, what we might call a red herring. It's a diversionary tactic to the fact that the town of Raymond overtaxes every year its citizens on the property tax in order to then say the following year, aren't we doing a great job with keeping the budget down and the tax rate down? So that's all my comment. I won't keep you any longer. Thank you.
Right.
Charlie, good to see you.
Oh, same here, Brian. Sorry, you were on budget finance also.
Yeah, right. This is a matter of perspective. I'm sorry, I cannot not comment. I see it, and it's just a difference of opinion. I see it as making sure we have the contingencies when we need them, and I think the legal issues that came up that we needed to fund are a perfect example of no one expected that. We needed it, we had it, we litigated it, we were successful in that litigation. I see it as good town department managers managing their budget and being frugal and returning the funds that aren't needed. and that ultimately then the town returns them when appropriate, so that we can keep our AAA bond rating and keep our debt down and keep the leveraging that we have to do. So just a difference of opinion.
Peter Levitt, 2 Lever Road, the other brother. So I guess my point would be this one, that Ralph is correct, and Moody's bond ratings are important, and they are set by, in large part, by what the town has in reserve. It demonstrates how fiscally responsible they are. That being said, Moody's sets the range at 5 to 15%. What the town has elected to do is set it at the higher end rather than the lower end. And unfortunately, what happens with undesignated fund balances is that, yes, and I agree with Ralph, some of it that comes from other than the taxpayer. But ultimately, what can be used in the undesignated fund balance, as I understand it, is for emergencies, for needed, emergent needed equipment. So if you were to take $700,000 of the undesignated fund balance and put it towards a fire truck, wouldn't that not decrease the need to bond it and pay interest on it? Because that's my understanding of how an undesignated fund balance can be used. So being overly preoccupied with what our Moody's says we are as far as a stellar fiscal municipality, AA bonding, not that bad in my understanding. Even an A bonding is not that bad if in fact what it allows you to do is reduce having the debt service on having to go to bonding on everything. Thank you.
Still Charles Levitt, 14 Levitt Road. Just as a simple civics lesson, anytime the voters in the town of Raymond and the need of this government is in search of additional funds, you hold a special town meeting. So we'll hold a special town meeting for a comprehensive plan that should have been included in this meeting, and it's not being included. So we're going to come back at some weird time, maybe in July when no one's around, or August, to approve a comprehensive plan that probably reasonably could have been included in this discussion. However, if we need a fire truck, if we need legal assistance to pursue, we have a special town meeting. You want the community to come back? Let the community come back and talk about it. Let's not use gimmicks like the commitment and the undesignated fund balance to fund the growth of this government in places where the community isn't having input. If this had been a regular town meeting right now and it was a Saturday, how many more people would have been in this room? Maybe 100, maybe 150? How many voters are there in the town of Raymond? 2,000? 3,800. So, and I see someone who I've had major disagreements with over the years, Frank McDermott over here, who came up during the comprehensive plan meeting and said, we have to come up with a new form of being able to engage this community. And he thought of a hybrid system. And I think it was Mr. Meister in his article in the Windham Beagle came back and said, we need to come back with a new form of getting citizen input. And the way you're going to get that citizen input is making this the informational town meeting on a Saturday, not on a Tuesday, well before the election, so the whole community can come. You can have childcare, you can have the Lions Club doing the coffee, just like we used to do in the old gym down at the end of this building. And then have the ballot vote 10 days later, where you have the most representation of the people after they've had a chance to come together in a community setting and learn about how their government operates or doesn't operate efficiently. Thank you.
That's for a different meeting, not.
The question's on question B.
Meeting, what he's doing. Somebody ought to tell him. Don't shut me up.
I told him this, he said, don't.
Okay, question W. See if the town will vote to authorize the select board to enter into a lease purchase agreement, the amount not to exceed $1,600,000, not including interest and/or other legal fees, on such terms as they deem advisable for the purpose of purchasing a new stock ladder truck, and raise and appropriate an amount not to exceed $187,348.08 for the payment due for fiscal year 25-26 and for 10-year lease. Questions on the ladder truck? Question why? The next series of questions are land use ordinance articles. So if
Jason back there.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, I asked this question at the last public hearing, so I'm going to ask it again. Why is Article 26 left blank?
Article 26 would have been the comprehensive plan, but the edits were not completed in time to get ready, so that's why it does not appear on this on there.
Okay, so I guess I have a comment and 2 comments. One is that recently a select board member described the comprehensive plan committee as a failed committee. And my only question would, in response to his comment, was I'd ask, compared to what? So that'd be my first question as far as failed committees or boards. Secondly, I guess I'd just ask informationally, this current meeting will air before June 10th on our television network?
Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Question why? Article 4, Section 2B, dealing with the number of copies, and Article 5, Section 2B, dealing with number of copies, Article 6, Section 2A, number of copies, Article 7, Section 2B, number of copies of the subdivision ordinance as adopted May 21, 1984, and amended through June 4, 2019, and Articles 10.3A.3B, applications, and Article 10.4A3, submission requirements of the land use ordinance as adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 11, 2024, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in the strikeout text as shown in addendum number 2. Jason, you want to just give a highlight on?
It's a tongue twister.
On what that change does.
Yeah, Jason Williamson, Code Enforcement. Really, it's just kind of, we get a lot of copies. I think this kind of is just dated. Now everything's digital, so we don't need so many copies anymore. I'm just looking at more PDFs to reduce paperwork and clutter, really.
So it's just dealing with the number of copies that have to be submitted.
Correct.
Questions on question why? Question Z, shall Article 10.3A10A, expiration of approval of the land use ordinance as adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 11, 2024, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in the strikeout text as shown in addendum 3.
Jay's just going to live over there.
This one is just clarifying, making it clear from when someone's approved, how long they have to start, how much of an extension they can get, and when it has to be finished, just clarifying the language.
Questions on Question Z. Question AA. Shall Article 5.5, footnote 3, Street Design Standards of the Town of Raymond Street Ordinance adopted May 18, 2002 and amended through June 2, 2015 be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in strikeouts as in addendum number 4?
This is just to clarify that the reviewing authority is always the planning board in this situation, so just removing the reviewing authority and changing that to planning board seemed to make sense, so it's obvious.
Questions on AA? Question AB. Shall Article 6.3.E.3 Appeals Procedure of the Land Use Ordinance is adopted May 21, 1994 and adopted through June 11, 2024 be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language and strike out text as in addendum 5?
Yeah, so this one, we noticed there was a discrepancy between what our ordinance said and what the state law was, so this was to bring this into line with state guidelines.
Jay, can I ask you a question on something?
Yeah.
Just regarding what the state says and what the town says, do you guys find anywhere that your home rule overrides the state?
This situation would make it more lenient, so I think we might be able to be stricter. I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that to see if we could allow longer. A lot of these things, they follow the state guidelines. So if we told someone they had 16 days, but they really only had 7, there could be a real issue there legally, I think, where we told them they had more time than they really had. Because we wouldn't want someone in an appeals process to come at day 8 or 9. Right. We tell them that, yes, it's good, and then it goes, and then the state's like, no, that was no good, and we're kind of in a situation where we there could be like a estoppel type of situation, I think. Or
So you work pretty much hand in hand with the state then, so you guys are even as far as where they go the information?
Well, I've only been through a couple appeals, so I haven't seen how they all work, but we saw a potential issue if we had told someone 16 days and then they had submitted it, and then when we submit any paperwork to the state, potentially an issue there with how the violation would be handled.
Okay.
From a general standpoint, from home rule, you can make a ruling that is more restrictive but not less restrictive.
Right. That's how we interpret it.
So in this case, we would have been less restrictive.
Right.
We would have, yeah. So the state rule would have had to take precedence.
Correct, and we were concerned about their rights too. We wouldn't want to, everybody has a right to appeal, so giving them the correct information, if that appeal was to go up to the state level, that we would want to make sure that was all done properly.
Okay, thank you.
Questions on AB? Question AC, shall Article 6.2.B.1 shore and road frontage and Article Okay, shall Article 6.2.B.1 shore and road frontage and Article 6.4E piers, docks, wharves, bridges, and other structures and uses extending over and below normal high water line of water bodies and within wetlands of the Town of Raymond Shoreland Zoning Ordinance is adopted May 21, 1994 and amended through June 11, 2024 be further amended by adding the underscored language in the diagrams and removing the language in the strikeout text.
Yes, so this, question first, or? Yeah, so this was a recommendation from the town planner to make the language more clear about that you would need the same frontage the 225 feet on the road and the 225 feet on the shore. He felt that there was a little bit of ambiguity there, so it was just to make that obvious, but.
Brian?
Brian Walker, Rolfe Road. Jason, you may have just answered this. Is this, if it's for clarification, that's, I guess, the answer. I just was wondering, is this fixing a problem that we're seeing out there in the environment or around our towns in terms of people putting out massive docks or something? And are people subdividing to a place where they have a little entrance and then they take the 225 feet? So I was just curious whether we're fixing problems or anticipating problems with these things.
Are you talking about as far as the dock configuration part? So that was just to make it clear. There's a lot of docks in town. There's probably a lot of docks that are not conforming. So we just trying to kind of encourage people to see a visual and understand what is allowed and what's not allowed.
I have a question for you, Lee, please. Thanks. Would there be lots grandfathered from this? I mean, I know there's a lot of lots around the lake that are 100 foot, for example.
Oh, those, right, yes. A legally non-conforming lot that has frontage will be allowed a dock. This is for new lots. A buildable lot is supposed to have 225 feet of road frontage, but we have plenty of lots that are legally existing lots that are buildable. So this is for new lots going forward. We don't allow any lots to be created that wouldn't meet those dimensional requirements anyways. So any new lot created now presumably would be allowed a dock as long as because they would have the 225 feet. There are some with right-of-ways that predate these rules, so they are grandfathered in. And then there are some that are just small lots around Thomas Pond, for example, and parts of Raymond Pond, and they have docks and they're allowed.
That's what I was thinking. Thank you.
11 to Levitt Road, and as far as dock configurations, I don't know if it's this article or another one, but there was a diagram in there that showed what would be allowed for a configuration and the like. Just my understanding of this, and it may be corrected by the code enforcement officer, but I do attend a lot of the planning board meetings as well, and it seems like that part of this issue came to them from the Zoning Board of Appeals, who had to deal with an issue, and that the language in the ordinance was not putting them in the best position. I have some amount of experience on the Zoning Board of Appeals, and I can tell you that, like with almost any of the ordinance committees, they have very limited type of authority. People in general seem to have the misconception that, that we're telling you exactly what you can and can't do with your property, and that it's arbitrary, and that we have very broad powers, when in fact just the opposite is true. So we are very, very dependent on the language, meaning a zoning board of appeals or a planning board. So that's I believe how this issue came before the planning board, and that the configurations basically do comply with the state guidelines. So I believe we're in pretty solid area there. One other thing I might mention as far as ordinances are concerned is that there was a discussion early on at Budget Finance Committee regarding somehow dedicating a portion of the dollars from basically the settlement on Sebago Lake to a fund dedicated to legal issues, especially involving shoreland, because I believe what I heard from the town contract planner as far as the incident on Sebago Lake and Raymond, it's not a question of if going forward. So I just make that comment.
Yeah, the dock rules are mostly state rules, and we're just kind of administering the state's rules. We're tasked with that, so we always have to make sure those dock rules are, because our jurisdiction, there's overlapping jurisdiction here. The state owns the waters, but we have to administer the docks going in. So, and people come to us with a dock configuration, so we have to look at their dock configuration, okay it, and then when it's done, they're supposed to call us and we do a final inspection. The trouble is, they come out every year. So we're not checking docks every year, and we don't have the manpower to go and check everybody's dock every year it goes in. So the next year it goes in, we're relying on them to put it in the same way it was the year before. Whether it does or not, that's another question.
Just one more comment regarding that last comment, and that's the fact that absolutely, I don't think in a town this size, and given the amount of a shorefront we could have a big enough code enforcement office to be able to really enforce every single ordinance. My experience of 25 years on the Zoning Board of Appeals, and I've said this before, is generally the Zoning Board of Appeals or the code enforcement officer being contacted by a neighbor. I know that it kind of makes you a little bit squeamish when you think in terms of, well, is this communism, that the neighbors are turning in neighbors? But I will tell you that as far as enforcement of ordinances, especially involving the shorefront, 99% of my experience is it's due to a neighbor basically seeing a dock go in that doesn't conform. And the first thing they do is call a code enforcement officer or go to the ordinance, and then they take out their measuring tape, and then you have an issue with the Zoning Board of Appeals, and then eventually, in some cases, you end up in Superior Court. Thanks.
Other questions on AC? Question AD. Shall Article 12.2, terms defined of the land use ordinance as adopted May 21, 1994 and amended through June 11, 2024 be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language and strike out in text 7?
So this one was more clarification, citizens initiative for the solar. There was some wording in there. We were just concerned about some of the legally existing commercial operations, thinking that they couldn't put solar on just to cover their energy needs. The intent of I believe the intent of the ordinance was to stop commercial scale, large scale operations from which are for-profit selling energy to the grid. And we just want to make sure that some of the smaller commercial operations that are legally existing in other areas or even commercial areas knew that they could still put solar panels up to zero out their energy usage. And we just wanted to make sure that that wasn't, there was no confusion on that one.
Questions on AD?
David Brown from 91 Tenny Hill Road again. And I do have a question about that, because that was something I highlighted, was accessory, in item A, accessory solar energy systems may, but are not required to, be designed to achieve net zero consumption for private use. And I would just like some clarification on why that language was necessary to be in the ordinance.
I don't believe the intent was to say that they could profit from it. I think it was just not everybody's going to have enough solar panels to offset all their costs. But that the intent of the net zero is that even if someone produced more energy than they used, they wouldn't get paid back for it. That's a whole different tier, I believe. With a homeowner, I don't believe can put solar panels on their house and get money back. So it's really for commercial scale. I'm speaking for a lot of other people right now because a lot of people's work went into wording the ordinance. But I believe that design is just so people can design a system that does produce more, so they can ensure that they're not paying for electricity, but they're not able to get money back from it. Does that make sense?
No. No, because otherwise it doesn't get captured.
So the feeling apparently was that if we didn't say that it would raise a question, that it would make it look like if someone's making more energy than they need, it would seem like they're trying to make it to sell it. So you're just clarifying that it's okay, kind of like it's okay to make a little extra, and you're not going to trigger that issue.
Correct, because it's hard to exactly tell how much power you're going to need, how much, because both are variable. You know, how much sun you're going to get, and then so people are going to oversize their system, the thought is. So they have that ability to oversize it slightly so that they can guarantee they don't pay for it.
Other questions on AD? Question AE. Shall Section 3, Administration, Section 6, Compliance, and Section 7, New Construction and Subdivision of the Town of Raymond Assessing Ordinance, adopted May 15th, 1997, and amended through June 5, 2018, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language and strike out as an addendum number 8.
This one is just for addressing, for size, changing the size of the numbers from 3 to 4 inches, I believe. This one was from the fire department. I don't know if you want to speak to this. Or? Yeah, I think it's just numbers, right? Yeah, the size? Yeah, and so it's just the size of the numbers to make them easier to see. Some of these camps are set back from the road quite a ways, so it's not always easy to tell what number of houses, especially when they're tight together, and it's just to help with fire and rescue, I think, mostly.
11 Road, so I guess my question is, because I think I've heard it both ways, is this retroactive to all houses or only new construction? And what would the reporting mechanism be? My sense was, and this was discussed at the last meeting, that it would basically be the responsibility or fire or rescue, or maybe code enforcement, that if they went to find a certain location in the town and found that it was not easy to identify it, that's how you would address the issue. Thanks.
Bruce Tupper, Fire Rescue Chief. Yes and no is my answer. So I'll be clear as mud. So as we find past addresses that are illegible, hidden behind bushes, they were on a tree at this height and now they're 30 feet in the air and we can't find them, things like that, which is what we find all the time. We still have about a 50% non-compliance rate in addressing, and it's going to continue down that road despite all our efforts, unfortunately. But as we find them, what we do is we talk with the person who owns the property and say, you know, we were delayed, blah, blah, blah. We have numbers that we give out as part of a program through our association. We will continue that program. So there really is no reason for someone not to have the appropriate address markings on their house. It's just they don't think of it, because to you, your house number is right where you put it. And that's the discussion I have often with people. It is right on the tree where I put it. I see it every day, right? I live there. The problem is that I don't live there and I'm trying to find you in an emergency. So we just have to do this as part of an educational effort. Getting all our new ones up to par as they come online, it really is important to have that increase in size on the numbers. My eyesight's not getting better as I age, and therefore I don't find things as easy as I used to, and the rest of the crew is in the same boat. And we're out at night, we're in storms, we're in inclement weather, etc. So to have this clarify some of that, and then we are working together as codes and fire rescue to make sure as we find things that we give that educational component and try to get people to put the right addressing markings up so that we can find them easier in the future, should they need us. Is that everything?
Other questions on AE? That concludes all the articles. Right?
We are about to lose two of our longest serving members on the select board, and I think that needs to be acknowledged. I don't always agree with you guys. You don't always agree with me. That's okay. That's the way democracies work. We debate things, we bring things up. Your years of service are amazing. The number of hours that you've given to this town are amazing, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
No other comments? We will close the meeting, and thank you all for attending.
Good evening. This is the Jordan Small Middle School Visioning Committee, and I would like to call this meeting to order. And our first order of business is a review of the minutes from last meeting, and assuming or hoping everybody had a chance to look at them. Any questions or comments?
The next meeting is we're not having a meeting on the 9th?
Correct.
Okay.
Because of the town meeting.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah, okay. That's the only question I had.
So the next meeting is the 16th.
I move that we accept the minutes.
Second.
Second. All in favor? Moved and passed. Thank you. So next order of on the agenda was a follow-up with Rolf. He and I have chatted a couple of times since last meeting, and but the main issue was the discussion about this committee and what our scope was, and he sees no reason why we shouldn't include all of our thoughts, including what we would like to do with, or what we recommend being done with vacant buildings. He says it'll just save the next committee time and effort if we give them food for thought. So we're good to go there. I did talk with Kevin. I don't have that as a bullet on the agenda, but thought of it as I was prepping today. And the question there was to Kevin about the use of the basement space at Jordan Small Middle School, possibly for the service, because when we toured it last, we found that it was pretty dry and everything. And as I'm sure you can imagine, Kevin was very good at providing me some response to that. And his criteria is it has to be a dry location, above ground level, and without the help of relying on sump pumps. The height measurement requirement is at least 8 feet. As you remember, one section of that's only like 6 feet. The other one is maybe barely 8 feet. So right there, that might make it a non-contender. Environmental control must be maintained at 72 degrees Fahrenheit. As we continue to add servers, that becomes more of a challenge because, of course, the servers add more heat, every one that you add to it. And it should be co-located with the IPTV control room, where they would have the support needed for running the control room. Another item is that he mentioned again was that the IPTV control room needs to be near to, adjacent to the broadcast studio so that the videographer has easy access to whatever meeting is taking place in case they need to interact during the meeting. And then easy access to the ceiling for distribution of cabling and whatnot. So all
makes care of that.
Good information, and we will also send that forward to the next committee for their consideration. So, so developing a method for reporting to the select board. The next thing I had on here was the mission statement. I want to thank Deb, Lori, and Grace for pulling something together for us to review and talk about. And I was wondering if one of the three of you would be willing to read it into the record.
Go for it, Deb. Me?
Yeah.
Okay. So the mission statement for the visioning committee or the mission statement for the community center? Which do you want?
Whatever you guys came up with, I think is.
All right, so we did two things. We drafted a mission statement.
I took them as one, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Okay.
We drafted a mission statement for this committee.
Okay.
Vision committee, and then we drafted a vision and mission for a community center.
Okay.
So the draft mission statement for the Visioning Committee, the Jordan Small Middle School Visioning Committee is tasked with identifying potential uses for the Jordan Small Middle School, utilizing information gathered via the draft 2025 Raymond Comprehensive Plan and input from the community and town departments, including the library, Parks and Recreation, and town offices.
Thank you.
You want me to continue?
Yes, please.
All right, so our draft vision for the community center for Raymond is residents and visitors of all ages will have expanded opportunities for learning, well-being, social connection, and civic engagement. That's the vision. The mission for the community center, the Raymond Community Center, or whatever it becomes known as, will foster community connections, provide resources, programs, services, meeting spaces, and technology in a safe, welcoming, accessible environment. The specific offerings will align with the needs, goals, and aspirations of the community as identified in the draft 2025 Raymond Comprehensive Plan.
All right. Sounds good. Any follow-up thoughts or discussion? Or?
I thought it was very good, really good.
Okay.
One thing that we discussed was attaching the wish list for specific types of programs and services with this. So in case there were questions about what did we mean by any of this, there would be a little more detail or examples.
Examples, okay. All right, great. Do I have a motion to accept this as something that we want to use going forward?
I so move.
Second? All those in favor?
Who
All right.
seconded?
Well done, thank you.
I didn't see who seconded.
Kayla
Thank you.
did. All right. So just a note here on the Jordan Small floor plan. It hasn't changed from our last meeting as far as I haven't done any additional updates since we haven't really made any changes yet. I did take an attempt at doing that on the PDF, and hopefully everybody got a copy of that so that you can refer to it in your leisure. And that way we've got something to refer back to and something that's easy to transport to the next committee as well. The next thing I had on the list was a summary report. Just wanted to get a sense for, am I headed in the right direction? Is there something that, I know that this is incomplete, first of all, so I'll just say that up front. But it was kind of, it started out as an outline, but I couldn't help myself but fill in a few of the blanks along the way. So mostly things like dates and numbers and stuff like that. But the area that's probably going to need the most work from us as a committee is the summary and the recommendations and the conclusion. And I'm looking for additional input.
I think it's great format. I think it really follows what we've done, and it helps people understand what it is they'll be looking at when they read the report.
Okay, great.
So, a couple things. It's in the very first, the intro, you're referring to it as the implementation committee. I was just thinking maybe the planning or repurposing committee might be better, because I don't know that they're implementing it until the town's actually voting on it, right?
Right. So I didn't pick that word myself. I found that
In the charge?
in some of the charge, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I used it. We can put in whatever, I think, and actually I found it was actually Building Implementation Committee.
Building committee might even be better than what I just said, too. I don't know. I mean, I'm fine, but that just caught my eye,
Yeah, okay.
so.
Any other thoughts?
Under
Probably not a
the,
big deal. Sorry.
No, that's good,
No, it's a
Grace,
good one,
thank you,
yeah.
that's what I'm looking for.
Under the summary and recommendations, we discussed a little bit about maybe recommending that there's a couple of liaisons from this committee that would follow through with the implementation committee, just to maintain continuity
Oh, here, Deb.
and of intent and that kind of
Yes,
thing.
that's a good point, yeah.
So I didn't know if that could go in that
I think that's a
section.
good place, yeah, that absolutely should be included as part of that.
Also, under the summary and recommendations, it says, recommends the current village library, the B, once it is vacant. That's assuming that that's what the building committee is going to, or whatever that committee is going to do. I think we're kind of assuming that that will indeed happen.
Right.
But maybe if it becomes vacant or something, would be just because we're not really making that decision, although pretty much we have. Perfectly honest, I think, but.
No, I think that's.
And instead of thrift shop, I think we were talking more about the loan closet idea along with the food.
Actually, when I looked at the minutes, it had both.
Yeah,
Yeah.
both, okay.
Both
Talked
thrift,
about
yeah.
both.
So do we want to mention that then, the medical loan or just loan closet or something,
Yep.
just to not lose that idea?
I think so.
And if we're making recommendations for the vacant library, will we be doing the same thing for the vacant town office? Is that another agenda item that we're going to talk about
We
later?
could.
But this would be
Yeah.
the place to put it.
Yeah, the only reason I haven't said that, I mean, we haven't, as a committee, discussed much about the town offices, is we've been more focused on that, what to do with the library. That seemed like a good building, and we hadn't actually even gotten to the point where we're incorporating the town offices into Jordan Small Middle School, although I think we are headed that way.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the sense I got from the last meeting, is
Yeah.
most people discussing didn't have a problem with the town office having space in that building.
Right.
Especially after looking at the numbers that you published.
Right,
Yeah.
right, by the numbers. Yeah. All right.
Can I ask that on where it's got the town committees listed, 9 committees, some are defunct, maybe some are inactive or defunct? I don't know if they're all defunct, but.
Yeah, that's probably a better word. I was struggling with that a little bit
Yeah.
when I never went circled back.
Some are not meeting, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, do they still exist? I don't know, but.
Yeah.
That's a much better word.
And how would others, I was thinking about this. Can we make a recommendation that this next committee, whatever it should be called, be appointed relatively soon and get to work? Because they're not going to meet weekly, obviously. I think that's obvious. I'm amazed that we all have been meeting weekly.
Yeah.
And there's a lot more to that work of that committee, and to really be ready for when the building is available, so that it's not, people have mentioned, it would be nice to not have it left vacant for too long. I mean, it will be vacant for a while any renovations that might be done. But the sooner that is done and the town has voted on it, the sooner all that work can begin and it can be available. So if we recommend, I just wrote to myself here, I think they should be appointed really soon and begin their work in September.
Yep.
I agree.
No, I think that too. I think if we give them, a sense of urgency, then I think that would help,
Yeah.
definitely.
And when Deb and Lori and I met, we were talking about possibly getting additional feedback through just like a table like the comprehensive plan had at November elections. If that committee were established in September and had at least 1 or 2 meetings, that's an opportunity to help kind of share current thinking and ideas and just get some more feedback without actually having to do any more surveys necessarily, but.
Right.
And I had one more, if I may. We've mentioned a few times how important communication is going to be about all of this, both the ongoing process, but especially once we have a community center, that we have a community center and what is there.
Right.
So I just would recommend that that be something that committee really keeps in mind.
Marketing and promotion,
Very good.
I just had a minor thing for, under community, we have age-friendly Raymond, this is on page 3. Age-friendly Raymond now is part of Parks and Rec, if I'm not mistaken.
Not officially.
Oh.
So it'll be,
Right.
if the warrant article passes, the part-time age-friendly coordinator will be under Parks and Rec come July 1st.
Thank you.
And I guess sorry. One other thought was, we had also mentioned at one point trying to be sure that the history of Jordan Small is somehow preserved. So is that maybe another recommendation for that next committee, so it's not lost?
That's a good one. Yeah.
I did hear back from Frank McDermott, unless there's someone that knows something more. What he told me was there had been a one-room school building in East Raymond that was named for Mary Ellen Small, who was a teacher. And then in Ernie Nights, it seemed that there were several one-room schools throughout the town. But then in 1960, the Jordan Small School was built as a consolidated school. And Jordan, he didn't know the first name, was also a teacher. And both Mr. Jordan and Ms. Small gave money towards building that school, hence the name Jordan Small. So I would think Frank would know if anybody in town knows, and I'm thankful for that. He did say, or maybe I read it in Nerdy Nights thing, the town hall was the East Raymond School at one point. You're nodding, so I guess you do that too. I didn't know that. Anyway. Yeah. But somehow to keep that, maybe there's a plaque or something, I don't know.
Thanks for finding that out. Thanks for finding that out, because I had no idea of the history of the naming of that school.
And do you think it would be appropriate for me to contact Frank and ask him to maybe give us a little write-up that we could include in our report?
If he wouldn't mind, yeah, sure, I think that would be great. I just don't want to lose that thread from
Yeah, I think
something that
that's
this
important to
group.
get it in writing and then make sure that we do pass it on. As that is important.
So the Small, it's the school's named after, she's related to the Mrs. Small that.
I would imagine
Yeah, that
so.
donated the land sold the land.
RES.
For the RES, yeah, okay. I thought so,
Assuming
yeah.
so. He didn't say that, but I
Yeah,
imagine.
yeah.
Will you do that, or will?
I will do that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Frank's
Okay.
my neighbor, so, and we see each other frequently.
Okay,
so.
great, thank you.
Oh, and Pete, I wanted to talk to you at the last meeting about the STEM teacher was willing to, within her class the next 2 years, build a wooden something to leave in Jordan Small. So, you know, how much we've loved all the artwork in the different buildings that we've been to. She offered to have the 7th and 8th grade students do something to leave. I thought that was fabulous. So that's a STEM teacher, and then the art teacher is also wanting to put some artwork around, you know, like patchwork quilt stuff and whatever. So I love having the two of them joining us. So
Okay, so we can add that as a recommendation, so that doesn't get lost with the next committee?
yeah, if
That
they're
they'll
willing to
follow
do
up
that,
with?
I'd love to see that
Okay,
happen.
and point of contact, should that be you or the STEM teacher?
It could be me, or the art or STEM teachers. They said they would take that up the next 2 years before they move out.
All right.
Should we be making any recommendations about the naming of the community center, or is that would be left up to another group?
I think we're a ways away from, yeah.
That's not really in our scope.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
it's a little too soon for that.
All right,
yeah.
I just want
I
to
mean,
make
I know that I
sure.
lean more towards community center than municipal.
Yeah,
buildings,
yeah,
so-
definitely.
But that's all
Okay.
I've got at this
I
point.
didn't know if that was something we should be putting in our recommendations.
All right.
So Peter, would you want to present this on the June 17th select board meeting or wait till July?
The June 17th, is that where they meet next?
Yeah.
If we can wrap it up by then, I'd say yes. So we're looking at next meeting being our last meeting. Is everybody comfortable with that? Because we talked about extending, but I think we're on track.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how far in advance Mel needs all the data that will be presented. It might be a full week.
At least 7 days, you try to
Yeah.
So maybe-
collect.
Yeah, I think it'd
that
probably
for
be a
the-
July meeting, yeah.
Should make sense with new select board members as well.
Right, that'd be their first meeting as the new select board, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we want to hit them right off the bat with this? or-
I think we should overwhelm them as best we can.
While they're still
Well, our
bewildered?
last meeting is the day before the select board meeting.
Right.
So that, I mean, if there's anything that you wanted to wrap up, or wouldn't give you much time to do it before the meeting on the 17th.
Right.
Good point.
Right.
And if we need more time,
If we need to, then we'll have that available to us. So maybe we'll go the next.
July.
We'll try to go for that. When's the one after the 17th?
That would be July 8th.
And I might not be available, so I'll double check and find out.
So
Pete,
Okay.
I'm sorry, before can you go back to the floor plan at some point? I don't know if we wanted to maybe just put an asterisk next to some of the things, like one of the rooms was labeled as, it says, it's a typo, book sale sorting, like an asterisk, like potential use for some of the less priority types of things?
I think we're going to get into that in a little bit of
Okay,
detail
sorry.
here.
All right.
At least that's my intent, is that we'll get into that a little bit more detail. And
Okay.
that's a good way of maybe identifying them. Yeah.
Thanks.
So, all right, I did update the Excel spreadsheet as far as the wish list. I didn't print myself off a new copy, but I basically have the old one. Did it agree with everybody as far as what we had discussed? Just wanted to make sure that I hadn't missed something.
me with the priorities.
Yeah.
I think you covered it very well.
I think we got it? Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay. I sent out an email with a spreadsheet that's called By the Numbers. I think that would be the next thing to get us started on thinking about how we want to do exactly what Grace was just talking about, and that is maybe consolidating some spaces or making them a suggestion, not necessarily something in stone. I mean, it was a good exercise for me to see just how the numbers played out for each of the different groups. And I guess I'll open it up to discussion as far as, what do people think? Where do we need to make some changes? Maybe one being we make sure we have adequate space for the town hall.
Well, that's probably the step, because that's not in the current,
It's not in the current floor
Right, so I think
plan,
that's
but
the first
I would
thing.
like to include that.
yeah, we have
At
to.
the, when I get a chance to revise that, or, create a new one. All right, well, I guess I'll just open it up as far as, the library's asking for a lot of space. What do you think, Deb?
I think that the reason it looks like a lot of space is because all of those different meeting rooms that can be broken up into whatever, multi-purpose use rooms,
Right.
probably will be under the scheduling or booking by the library. So
Yeah.
it just made sense to group it all with the library. That was my thought process on that,
Okay.
if that's how it goes.
Right, and that's, I guess just, one of my thoughts is that I think somebody who hasn't been part of this committee that was to come in and look at these numbers would probably be like, So the library's going from 2,600 square feet to 13,000 square feet. That sounds like a lot. And I don't want to lose something because they don't understand our thought process.
Right. And so if you look at where the collections go and the program, some of the programming spaces,
Yeah.
it's not a lot. Right now, they don't have enough space to
Right.
do what they need to do. So they do need more space anyway. They probably need double to triple what they have.
Oh, yeah.
But then we have the book sale space, which I believe is happening in a shed right now. So that's not
No, it's in
very
the
good.
building. It's in the building, the book sales space.
Where they sort the books and store them?
No, we have a whole couple cabinets full of books for sale in the space.
Oh, I thought
It's
I
just
was told it
extras.
was-
No, the book sales takes place right in the
'cause
library.
I know
Yeah.
that's not optimum for that, to be in the library, taking up space that could be used
Oh,
for
yeah,
other things.
absolutely, but it's in the library now. It's not
okay.
out in the bookshelf. That's just for storage and stuff, yeah.
So, and then, if you want some dedicated spaces for digital classes or for people to do work or have private group meetings or video conferencing and things like that. All those different spaces will take space, but, those rooms can be carved up into spaces, but they'll probably be under the aegis of the library as far as who administers that space. So that's why, it doesn't mean it can't be used by anybody,
Yeah.
but it just made sense that somebody's got to schedule it.
Richard and I did talk briefly
Yeah.
about how there's a lot of overlap between Parks and Rec
Yep.
and library. So some of those functions might be both.
Right.
And
shared space.
And when talking to Richard, we do, like, Parks and Rec already has a reservation scheduling aspect, so it's as simple as if.
Everyone has access to it.
Right, if Richard or a coordinator wants to put in time, it's in there, kind of scheduling internally. So there might be a lot, maybe in some of those spaces, maybe a different color of multi-use or multi-departmental use might be visually better to present,
Yeah,
is
or-
my suggestion.
Or just call it shared space. Sue just said
Yep.
shared
Right.
space.
Yep.
Right.
But
And maybe
it's
that's.
not even just those two, really. It's
Yeah, right.
Right. And maybe that's what we should do going forward, is instead of designated, this is Park and Rec, this is library, not have designated colors for different departments, but just say, these are our recommendations for these spaces. And just label them, whatever the
Right.
name of that space becomes as part of our recommendation.
Because it'll take time to build some of these programs we're talking about. I mean, it's going to take a while.
Yeah.
So we
talked
don't
about
want
that,
space
so-
empty for, until, I mean, it's just,
Right.
it's going to take a while.
Right, but certain spaces will need certain interior designs. So like if you're going to have one room cut into two rooms for video conferencing, privacy for telehealth, or somebody wants to do a job interview virtually or something like that, those spaces are going to have to be set up for those types of purposes.
Right. I mean, similarly, I think like the one that stands out for me is the senior space that they had at Westbrook. I mean, that was their designated space, and they had it set up for their use, and they, used it regularly, it looked like. So,
I
Okay.
think, sorry.
yeah.
I think too that it's really up to the town as how it wants to split its budget. So that will define who owns any registration system or rooms themselves. There will be rents associated with that for your budget, and manpower probably is the biggest piece. But that's not us.
Right.
So I think the
Thankfully.
suggestion that we label, like, anyone can own this as a multi-use space, that will drive activity down the road.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
We'll figure out the operational piece of it as we go forward.
And it's all under the town, all these,
Right.
the three, they're all.
So if we've got a wish list and everything, so one of these multi-purpose rooms could be a senior space, because I would really like to kind of have a senior space, because if we do, we can have more activities, but we wouldn't have probably something every day.
Right, so it'll be scheduled, and so it's not always, just sits empty until, until you schedule it to use. It's going to be a but you would have a schedule that's set, and then that's your space for that time period.
A nice senior room would be.
Yeah, right, and that senior, they could do a lot of stuff in there, yeah.
Build it, they will come.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I think because of the need, we might want to actually label that space senior space.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
That's just, we're talking about wishes, and I just think that's really something for an aging community to have a go-to, and it could grow. I mean, that is my hope.
A Saturday or so ago, I had the opportunity to spend the day at the Hawthorne House at a yard. They had a yard sale, and I am totally impressed on the building, how beautiful it is. And I mean, we haven't talked much about what they're doing there, but it's they rent it out for events mostly. I heard talk about like a community center, but it really is an event center. It seems they're going to have a cabaret night. They have music, jazz. They had an art show last year. They even had a wedding there. And they got the kitchens all finished now, and a nice bathroom, and it's beautiful. It's really nice. So that is really something for this town to think about, that space, and not that the town would do anything with it, but it belongs to the community. But it is a community center of sorts that is available in this town, and it's lovely in there. It really is. They've done a lot of hard work.
I mean, some things that were written into the proposal may not be on the wish list because they were written in over here. So like art exhibit space.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of worked it into our ideas, brainstorming here for the library, but there's nothing, I think, in the wish list about public art exhibit space. So I'm not sure if we should go back and forth and make sure that something appears either in both or at least in one master list, or just so it doesn't fall through the cracks.
Yeah, we can do that for sure.
I mean, I don't know if book sale space was in the wish list, but we included it in the library proposal because we know that's a usual function that happens under the library. And I'm sure Joe and Richard they're going to discuss and figure out what's going to be good ways to coordinate the space and use it.
Okay. So I think we kind of have answered this question, but the next item I had was, do we want to include the town hall office with the community center? Do we want to what? Include the town offices into the Jordan Small Middle School.
Well, I've certainly expressed my desire to do that. I mean, I think I've been pretty vocal about that I felt that was important. May not happen or whatever, but if we're looking at the next 10 to 15 years, if we don't put the town hall in there, I think 15 years it's going to be, the people will be looking at building another building, which I don't know if people, if we can fit it all in here.
Right.
And everybody just works together to use the space. I mean, that's my feeling about it.
I think when we consider the size of Raymond as far as population and whatnot compared to some of these other towns that we visited, that it seems like we should have more than enough space at Jordan Small Middle School to include that plus Parks and Rec and library and community center.
Yeah, I think so.
Is there anybody opposed to making sure we include the town hall?
I'm not opposed. I just think it's important that we remember that so much work is going to be done after this committee with needs assessments, architects. It's going to be very in-depth in evaluating all buildings and needs. I mean, I think we supply the wish list, and that's all we can do.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
No, that's a good remark.
I mean, fitting it in is not going to, we have the wish list that this is what we feel, that the town for that space, but it's going to be up to the architects and the engineers to, you know, the feasibility of that and how everything fits.
Okay.
And I think my only hesitation on it was seeing all these other things that we've kind of penciled in potentially, and is there enough room to do it justice for what it needs? But I asked at one point, is there any part of town office that would stay in that building and the rest be here? And that didn't make any sense. They need to all be in one space. That's very clear. So now I'm thinking, is there anything we've kind of penciled in here that could potentially go in that space, so that there's definitely enough room for the town office needs here? Is there anything that kind of is on its own that doesn't need to be all together? I don't know. I'm just asking the question. I really can't see what myself. What
I don't think we have to decide that now. I think we.
No, I know we're not
provide
deciding.
a wish list and then see.
Right, but just as a recommendation.
Yeah, of ideas of when they look at it, they see the whole picture. I don't think we have to, you know, worry
Well-
about where other places that could go. It's, you don't know how it will develop. It will develop, and there's the list of
Just
things.
thinking ahead, if this next committee is doing all of the detail work Kayla just talked about and says, not all this stuff is going to fit there, and yeah, so there's some things on that wish list that are really more than just a pie in the sky kind of a wish, I would hope that they would consider then, but this could then be in this space, this, you know, whether it's the library space or the town office space or something, so that really we're trying to, because these were all things that we identified as, you know, would be really nice to have, that we thought the community would like and use. Just raising it as a possibility.
Oh, that's good, thank you. I think we've also answered this next question. So, do we want the Jordan Small buildings to be the place for the community space, parks and recreation, and the library? I think that's pretty much decided at this point. And for our recommendations, even though I did cobble something together for that piece, I want the committee's input. Does our committee recommend using the current library as the new food pantry and thrift shop and?
It's an idea. Yeah, it's an idea.
It's a good
As an
option.
idea.
Yeah,
Right.
it's,
We've said a couple of times, right? They're going to do what they want.
Yeah.
And hopefully they'll take our thoughts into consideration. I'm sure they will. But yeah, they're going to make it work.
yeah.
basically. Okay.
I mean, it is a good space for that, so, for sure.
Seems like it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or is it that, or the town office?
What?
Is it necessarily, definitely recommend the library be used for that? Or recommend either the library or the town offices be used for that? I mean, it's really kind of dependent.
Oh, the town of,
say.
yeah. We talked about it, though, being down on Main Street, and
That's true.
that was one of the things, people could walk to it.
Next to the community garden.
Yeah, near the community
That's true.
garden, which which donates fun, yeah, so that, I think we brought that up, so.
Yeah.
It'd be a
So what
better
was the
space.
problem with the town hall? Is it basically they're running out of space?
Yep.
Or the
Yes.
building is not great?
It's both, yeah.
So would it be suitable for
We don't know,
the transfer?
we don't know what it's gonna be, you know, I think that'll be something that'll come, I don't know. I mean, I don't think we have to,
Yeah,
it'll
just
be a
curious.
building, so it's certainly not big enough for town hall right now.
Right. We're
Be
thinking
a
more
one-room
in
school
depth.
again.
Well, that's what I was wondering. It's a nice little
It could be.
house,
Maybe
yeah.
there is a daycare there or something, who knows? But
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Right,
That
they
would
may
be-
go in that direction.
Yeah, that's a
Right.
good, that's a thought, yeah, for sure. You have to
Okay.
up your rates. They heat the place.
And a playground.
Yeah,
A
right.
playground out there.
That's right.
So, for the next thing, Laura, you had planned on walking us through a exercise at our last meeting to maybe help identify more, define the spaces, I guess.
Well, you
We
had
want-
the colored pencil